Welcome, dear listeners, to another exceedingly unstimulating yet curiously engaging episode of Hollow Midnight. If you find yourself already drifting off, perhaps consider a gentle tap on that subscribe button. A small act of wakefulness before we delve once more into the quiet corners of history, where even the most vibrant lives occasionally encountered the profound, the persistent, and the utterly inescapable yawn of boredom. Chapter 1. The Duchess and her endless boredom. The Duchess of Hollowshire, a woman whose name alone conjured images of vast sun-dappled estates and ancestral portraits peering down from lofty halls, was, to put it mildly, bored. Not the fleeting, momentary sort of boredom that afflicts a gardener waiting for rain or a cook for the cream to curdle. No. Her boredom was a magnificent, all-encompassing entity, a silent, pervasive fog that clung to every damask curtain, every polished mahogany surface, every gilded cherub adorning the ceiling of Hollowshire House. It was the kind of boredom that only immense wealth and an absolute dearth of meaningful obligation could cultivate, blossoming like a rare pile of fungus in the humid confines of aristocratic leisure. Duchess Agatha was not a woman without intellect, nor without a certain wry, if unexercised, wit. She possessed, in theory, the capacity for profound thought, for lively debate, for passionate pursuits. Yet the world around her, meticulously curated by generations of equally comfortable ancestors, offered little nourishment for these dormant faculties. Her mornings began not with the bracing chill of purpose, but with the gentle, almost apologetic tap of her lady's maid, Clarissa, who would enter bearing a silver tray laden with lukewarm tea and a single unblemished rose. Agatha would stir, perhaps sigh, and then the elaborate ritual of the day would begin. There was the dressing, a leisurely process involving layers of silk, stays, and the quiet ministrations of two maids, a process so repetitive that Agatha could often recount her entire breakfast menu in her head before the final pearl button was fastened on her bodice. Breakfast itself was a solitary affair, consumed in a dining room large enough to host a minor skirmish, but usually occupied by only herself and the mournful ticking of a grandfather clock. She would peck at a perfectly poached egg, perhaps nibble a sliver of toast, and then push the plate away, the thought of consuming another perfectly cooked morsel often more exhausting than the act itself. The newspapers, crisp and smelling faintly of ink, offered little solace. Reports of political maneuvering in distant capitals felt as remote as the surface of the moon, and society gossip, always a rehash of who had offended whom with a poorly chosen feather or a slightly too loud laugh, held no intrigue for a woman whose greatest daily struggle was choosing between embroidered slippers and velvet ones. Afternoons were a particularly challenging stretch. The Duchess might attempt to read, her fingers tracing the finely bound spines of books her grandfather had acquired on his grand tour. Yet, after a few pages, the words would blur, the characters' dilemmas feeling impossibly trivial compared to the existential weight of her own idleness. She might take up her needlework, a delicate piece of tapestry depicting a pastoral scene, but the repetitive motion of thread through fabric offered no mental engagement, only a quiet, rhythmic hum that often lulled her into a state of semi-consciousness, her gaze fixed on the intricate knots of her own boredom. Social calls were infrequent and equally uninspiring. Her peers, largely confined to their own estates by similar invisible chains of custom and comfort, exchanged pleasantries that felt as carefully constructed and devoid of genuine sentiment as the waxed fruit in her drawing-room centerpiece. The conversation rarely deviated from the weather, the latest agricultural innovations, which Agatha understood nothing about and cared for even less, or the health of mutual acquaintances, always presented in such euphemistic terms that one rarely knew if someone was suffering from a slight cold or a terminal illness. Even the estate itself, a sprawling testament to her family's enduring prosperity, offered no true escape. Walks through the meticulously manicured gardens, past fountains gurgling with water clearer than her thoughts, only emphasized the perfection, the predictability. Every rosebush bloomed exactly as it should. Every gravel path crunched underfoot with precisely the same sound. There were no surprises, no sudden bursts of spontaneity, no wild, untamed corners to discover within the well-ordered confines of Hollowshire. Her vast fortune, rather than opening doors, seemed to have locked her into a gilded cage, providing every conceivable comfort while simultaneously stripping away every conceivable challenge. A mind that once might have grappled with complex problems or devised ingenious solutions now merely drifted, a rudderless ship on an endless sea of exquisite sameness. The evenings were perhaps the most trying. After a dinner, again, served in the cavernous dining hall with her reflection staring back from the polished table, she would retire to the drawing room. Her husband, the Duke, was often absent, engrossed in matters of state, or, more likely, in the company of gentlemen, more stimulating than his own wife. Not that Agatha particularly minded. His presence often added another layer of quiet expectation, another perfectly polite, perfectly empty conversation to navigate. So she would sit by a crackling fire that offered warmth but little cheer, perhaps listening to Clarissa read aloud from a particularly tedious historical account, or simply staring into the dancing flames until her eyelids grew heavy, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer, unadulterated weight of nothingness. It was during one such evening, as the grandfather clock in the hall tolled 10 with an almost theatrical solemnity, that a peculiar thought, a truly desperate seed of an idea, began to germinate in the fertile, albeit fallow, ground of Duchess Agatha's mind. She had just endured a truly excruciating account of the War of Jenkins' Ear, read in Clarissa's soft, unvarying drone, and the thought of another day, another week, another year of such predictable, soul-numbing existence felt suddenly, violently unbearable. Her mind, usually a sluggish current, became a raging torrent, desperate for an eddy, a waterfall, anything to break the relentless flow of monotony. She wanted novelty. She craved disruption. She yearned for something, anything that might pry her from the velvet-lined coffin of her aristocratic life. And it was in this moment of profound, almost painful ennui, that the notion, absurd and unprecedented, took root. Sleepover. A gathering of ladies, not for a formal ball or a polite luncheon, but for an entire night under her roof, sharing the very unglamorous intimacy of their boredom, the sheer impropriety, the utter lack of precedent, the potential for scandal, these very elements, which would have sent any other duchess into paroxysms of anxiety, were precisely what appealed to Agatha. Thought, once conceived, began to hum with a strange, almost feverish energy, a tiny, rebellious spark in the vast, dark emptiness of her current existence. It would be an event, certainly, but what kind of event? And what, precisely, would happen when a gathering of the most bored women in the kingdom were finally allowed to let down their perfectly coiffed hair? The Duchess, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, felt a flicker of something akin to anticipation. It was a faint, almost imperceptible tremor, but it was there, promising a ripple, perhaps even a wave, in the placid ocean of Hollowshire. Chapter 2. A most unusual invitation. The peculiar thought, once conceived, burrowed deep into the Duchess Agatha's mind, taking root with the tenacity of a particularly stubborn weed in an otherwise meticulously cultivated garden. It was absurd, unprecedented, entirely unsuitable, and therefore precisely what she needed. The sheer audacity of it, the quiet scandal it might incite, was a heady tonic after years of the blandest possible draughts of polite society. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, her usually sluggish mind began to race, not with anxiety, but with a curious, almost rebellious energy. This was not a frivolous whim born of fleeting boredom. This was a desperate strategic maneuver against the encroaching ennui that threatened to engulf her entirely. The following morning, Clarissa, her lady's maid, noticed a subtle shift. The Duchess did not sigh quite as deeply when presented with her lukewarm tea, nor did she push away her breakfast egg with her usual air of resigned martyrdom. Instead, there was a faint, almost imperceptible gleam in her eye. A spark that had been absent for so long, Clarissa had half forgotten it ever existed. "Clarissa," the Duchess began, her voice unusually firm, cutting through the usual morning silence. "I require the finest parchment and ink, not the common sort, mind you, but the deep, rich black, as if drawn from the very heart of a moonless night." Clarissa, a woman whose life was a study in unflappable composure, merely raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. "As your grace commands." "For what purpose, may I inquire?" Agatha smiled, a slow, almost conspiratorial curve of her lips. "For an invitation," Clarissa thought. An invitation unlike any other ever issued from the halls of Hollister. The next few hours were an exercise in controlled chaos, a rare and invigorating experience for Agatha. Usually, her duties involved approving menus or discussing the relative merits of rose bushes with the head gardener. Now she was drafting prose, a task usually relegated to her husband's secretary for matters of state or, more likely, for his lengthy apologies to creditors. She sat at her imposing desk, quill-scratching, tearing up discarded drafts, muttering to herself. A flurry of activity that left Clarissa hovering with a mixture of concern and fascinated curiosity. The challenge lay in phrasing. How did one invite the most distinguished ladies of the realm to a sleepover without inciting immediate ridicule or, worse, a formal inquiry into one's sanity? The word itself was too vulgar, too common. Yet the essence had to remain. It must be intriguing, a lure to minds as starved for novelty as her own, while still maintaining an air of impeccable propriety. Finally, after much deliberation and several ruined sheets of expensive vellum, Agatha settled on a form that she felt struck the perfect balance between aristocratic formality and utterly unprecedented eccentricity. The copperplate script of the footman, usually reserved for dry announcements of balls or the arrival of foreign dignitaries, now spelled out words that would send ripples of bewilderment across the county. Her Grace, the Duchess of Hollister. The invitations began, each one meticulously addressed to a select list of ladies. Requests the distinct pleasure of your esteemed company for an evening of singular diversion and nocturnal companionship at Hollister House, commencing at 7 of the clock on the 20th day of October and concluding at the dawn of the following morn. An experience truly unlike any other awaits. The list of invitees was as carefully curated as the wording itself. Agatha chose not merely her closest acquaintances, for their conversation was often as predictable as the changing seasons, but rather a cross-section of society's most prominent, and, she suspected, most silently bored women. There was Lady Beatrice, Duchess of Cranbrook, known throughout London for her perpetual air of genteel exhaustion, as if simply existing were an Olympic sport she was constantly on the verge of losing. Agatha imagined Lady Beatrice would find the prospect of an overnight stay utterly horrifying, yet the promise of singular diversion might pique her curiosity enough to overcome her inherent languor. Then it was the Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, a woman with a fearsome intellect and a tongue sharper than a freshly honed carving knife, qualities rarely appreciated in the drawing-rooms of polite society, where vapidity was often mistaken for charm. Countess Eleanor, Agatha reasoned, would either find the entire concept beneath her, or she would be irresistibly drawn to its sheer magnificent oddity. Mrs. Agnes Finch, wife of the wealthy merchant Sir Reginald Finch, also received an invitation. Mrs. Finch was the undisputed arbiter of social etiquette in their county. A woman who could detect a misplaced fork at 20 paces and would subtly correct a lady's posture with a single withering glance. Her presence, Agatha mused with a wry internal smile, would certainly add an element of delicious tension. What would Mrs. Finch make of nocturnal companionship? The thought alone was exhilarating. And finally, there was the young Lady Charlotte, barely out of the nursery, known for her boundless enthusiasm, and, as yet, unspoiled by the stifling customs of society. Lady Charlotte, Agatha hoped, might bring an element of unbridled curiosity, perhaps even a spark of genuine amusement, a quality desperately lacking in her own life. The invitations, bearing the Duchess seal, were dispatched by a fleet of liveried footmen on horseback, each rider instructed to deliver their missive with the utmost discretion and speed. And as the hoofbeats faded down the long drive, a palpable ripple began to spread through the usually placid waters of aristocratic communication. At Cranbrook Manor, Lady Beatrice squinted at the card, her usual expression of weary resignation momentarily replaced by one of profound confusion. "Nocturnal companionship?" she murmured, turning the card over as if searching for a hidden clause. "And concluding at dawn? Good heavens, are we to be left without our morning chocolate?" Her lady's maid, perpetually accustomed to Lady Beatrice's dramatic pronouncements, merely offered a sympathetic sigh. Yet, a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of interest sparked behind Lady Beatrice's tired eyes. It was certainly indifferent. Countess Eleanor, upon receiving her invitation, barked a short, disbelieving laugh, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a paved courtyard. Agatha, a sleepover? What in the name of all that is tedious has possessed the woman? Her husband, the Earl, looked up from his ledger, unimpressed. Another of her whims, I dare say. Best ignore it, Eleanor. Saves us the trouble of making polite conversation for an entire evening. But Eleanor did not ignore it. She reread the words. Particularly singular diversion, a phrase that seemed to beckon to her own intellectual restlessness. The absurdity of it was, in itself, a diversion. Mrs. Agnes Finch received her invitation with a meticulous sniff. Her maid, who knew Mrs. Finch's every nuance, braced herself for an outburst of indignation. An evening of nocturnal companionship, Mrs. Finch enunciated slowly, as if the words themselves tasted of brimstone. And concluding at dawn? Why, it sounds positively bohemian. Or worse, a common dormitory. What on earth is her Grace thinking? She tapped a perfectly manicured finger on the card. The lack of proper structure, the potential for impropriety, it is quite beyond the pale. Yet Mrs. Finch did not immediately consign the invitation to the waste bin. A seed of something, perhaps curiosity, perhaps the urge to personally supervise the disintegration of decorum, seemed to sprout in her rigid mind. Young Lady Charlotte, conversely, clapped her hands with unfeigned delight upon reading her invitation. "Oh, Mamma, how utterly thrilling! An entire night at Holowshire House. Will we tell ghost stories? Will we share secrets in our nightgowns?" Her mother, a practical woman accustomed to Charlotte's flights of fancy, merely shook her head. "Nonsense, child. Duchess Agatha is a respectable woman. It will no doubt be a perfectly dull evening, only longer than usual. Perhaps she intends to introduce a new, particularly tiresome parlor game." But Charlotte's enthusiasm was infectious, and her mother found herself considering the possibility, however remote, of an adventure. Back at Holowshire House, the Duke, Agatha's husband, remained blissfully unaware of the minor social tremor his wife had instigated. He was, as usual, engrossed in the finer points of his meticulously kept accounts, his spectacles perched precariously on his nose. A half-eaten biscuit, resting beside a teacup grown cold. When Agatha tentatively mentioned her unusual plan during dinner, He merely grunted, his eyes fixed on a column of figures. "Indeed, dear. Whatever keeps you occupied. Just ensure the linen is clean. Don't wish to offend the Cranbrooks." His casual dismissal, rather than disheartening Agatha, served only to solidify her resolve. His world was one of ledgers and geopolitical whispers. Her world, a world starved of stimulation, was about to be shaken, however gently, by her own hand. The next few days were consumed by preparations that were both utterly unprecedented and meticulously traditional. Agatha found herself overseeing the airing of seldom-used guest rooms, the polishing of ancient brass fittings, and the selection of fine linens with a renewed vigor. She commissioned a special lighter supper, knowing that a heavy meal would only induce the very sleep she was determined to stave off. She instructed her housekeeper, Mrs. Gable, to prepare small, delicate refreshments for the wee hours, a concept that caused Mrs. Gable's normally stoic face to register a flicker of genuine bewilderment. "Tea at 3 in the morning, Your Grace?" she had inquired, her voice a study in polite incredulity. "Indeed, Mrs. Gable, and perhaps some very small cakes. One never knows when a lady might require a sustenance to see her through the long watches of the night." As the appointed day drew nearer, a quiet hum of anticipation, an unfamiliar frequency in the otherwise silent halls of Hollisher, began to vibrate. Agatha, for the first time in memory, found herself looking forward to an event. It was not the giddy excitement of a young debutante anticipating a ball, but a more profound, almost intellectual curiosity. She had cast a stone into the placid pond of her life, and now she waited, with a rare, quiet thrill, to see the ripples spread, to observe the reactions, and to discover what new form her boredom, or perhaps its vanquishing, would take when confronted with this unprecedented gathering of the realm's most exquisitely stifled ladies. The stage was set, the invitations dispatched, and the peculiar machinery of the world's first sleepover was, slowly but surely, beginning to turn. Chapter 3. The Guest List. A recipe for chaos. The days that followed the dispatch of Duchess Agatha's unusual invitations were filled with a curious, almost imperceptible tension at Hollisher House. Clarissa, ever observant, noted the slight spring in her Grace's step, the almost impatient tapping of her fingers on the breakfast table, as she awaited the return of the footman. The replies, when they began to arrive, were a testament to the Duchess' shrewd understanding of her peers' latent, unacknowledged boredom. One by one, the meticulously sealed envelopes landed on a silver tray in the Duchess' morning room, each acceptance a small, silent victory in her campaign against the crushing monotony of her life. And with each acceptance, Agatha felt a strange thrill, a sense of having cast a stone into a remarkably still pond, the ripples of which were now about to become delightfully unpredictable. First to arrive, delivered with the sighing reluctance of Lady Beatrice's own personal footman, was the acceptance from the Duchess of Cranbrook. Lady Beatrice, as predicted, had indeed found the entire concept of nocturnal companionship utterly baffling, bordering on barbaric. Her initial reaction, her lady's maid reported to the under-butler, who, in turn, relayed it with great embellishment to the kitchen staff, had been to declare it an act of sheer madness, a sign that Duchess Agatha had finally succumbed to the oppressive quietude of Hollisher. Yet beneath Lady Beatrice's layers of habitual weariness lay a faint, almost imperceptible curiosity. Her life was a perfectly arranged tableau of predictable engagements, each hour accounted for, each emotion muted to a gentle hum. The prospect of an evening, an entire night that defied every known social convention, however uncomfortable, promised a deviation from the norm that her soul, despite its profound exhaustion, yearned for. Her hidden agenda, if one could dignify it with such a dramatic term, was simply to experience something new, even if that new thing was merely a different shade of discomfort. Perhaps, she mused to herself, a new pattern of discomfort might be just the thing to distract from the old, familiar ones. And besides, if it proved utterly dreadful. She would have a genuinely novel anecdote to relate for weeks, a far more stimulating prospect than recounting the latest woes of her prize-winning petunias. Next came the brusque, almost indignant acceptance from Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood. Her note was short, sharp, and to the point, penned in a hand that looked as though it could cleave stone. "Your Grace," it read, "your invitation is, without question, the most preposterous communication to grace my desk in a decade. Naturally, I shall attend. One cannot, after all, allow such an unprecedented display of social impropriety to unfold without the benefit of a keen observational eye. Expect me at 7. Countess Eleanor's agenda was clear. She sought intellectual sport. The polite inanities of drawing-room conversation grated on her formidable intellect like a dull knife. She craved argument, debate, and the thrill of dismantling foolish ideas. A gathering of ladies, freed from the usual constraints of daytime etiquette and forced into intimate proximity throughout the long night, promised a wealth of human folly to dissect. She envisioned herself a quiet anthropologist, observing the peculiar mating rituals of the upper classes as they shed their daily skins, perhaps even hoping for a confession, a revelation, a genuine human error she could later catalogue in her mind for future private amusement, or perhaps a scathing satirical poem. Mrs. Agnes Finch's acceptance arrived with an air of almost aggrieved duty. Her reply, unusually lengthy for such a succinct woman, detailed her deep concerns regarding the potential for an unfortunate deviation from accepted standards of decorum and her firm belief that the very fabric of society rests upon the meticulous upholding of such standards. Nevertheless, she would attend, driven by a palpable sense of moral obligation. Mrs. Finch saw herself not merely as a guest, but as a sentinel, a guardian of propriety. Her hidden agenda was nothing less than the active prevention of social chaos. She fully intended to scrutinize every utterance, every gesture, every wrinkle in a linen napkin, ready to intervene with a withering glance or a subtly rephrased question if the conversation strayed into forbidden territory. She relished the thought of setting a straying hand back on the right path, of gently but firmly reminding a heedless noblewoman of her proper place. The sleepover, to Mrs. Finch, was not a whimsical diversion but a perilous test, and she, Agnes Finch, must prepare to be the stern, unwavering adjudicator. Young Lady Charlotte's response was a brightly colored explosion of enthusiasm, delivered by a breathless page boy who had clearly been running. It was less a formal acceptance and more a desperate plea for the evening to arrive sooner. "Oh, dear Duchess," it exclaimed, "how perfectly splendid! I simply cannot wait. Will there be stories? And perhaps cocoa? My governess says it is quite unsuitable, but Mamma says you are a law unto yourself, and so I am permitted." With the greatest anticipation, Charlotte dorped. Lady Charlotte had no hidden agenda beyond the pure, unadulterated joy of novelty. Her young life, though privileged, was already beginning to feel the familiar squeeze of expectations, the preordained path of balls, suitable marriages, and quiet domesticity. The sleepover offered a thrilling glimpse of a world where rules might be bent, where grown-ups might behave unpredictably, and where just perhaps genuine fun might be had. She hoped for pillow fights, whispered secrets, and the glorious transgression of staying up past her usual bedtime, a small rebellion against the encroaching tide of adulthood. But the Duchess Agatha, in her pursuit of an eclectic mix, had cast her net wider than just her immediate social circle. 2 more acceptances arrived that truly spoke to the unique character of her guest list. One was from Lady Imogen Blackwood, a name whispered with a mixture of awe and bewilderment in aristocratic circles. Lady Imogen was less a socialite and more a spectral presence, renowned for her profound, if utterly impractical, scholarship. Her family seat was a crumbling Gothic pile known as Ravenswood, perpetually shrouded in mists and rumor. Lady Imogen herself was rarely seen outside her vast, dust-choked library, where she devoted her life to the study of esoteric subjects, the forgotten dialects of ancient Pictish tribes, the precise astronomical alignments that dictated the migration of a species of beetle long extinct, or the socio-economic impact of different varieties of fungal rot on medieval timber frames. Her acceptance, penned in an elegant, almost calligraphic script, was perhaps the most concise of all, intriguing. "I shall attend. Might I request a quiet corner conducive to observation? Imogen Blackwood?" Lady Imogen's hidden agenda was purely academic. She viewed human society as a complex, often bewildering, ecosystem, and a sleepover, an utterly artificial construct of social interaction, represented a rare opportunity to observe her specimens, the other ladies, in an unusual, controlled environment. She hoped to gather data, to note behavioral deviations from the norm, perhaps even to discern some obscure psychological pattern previously uncatalogued. She might, Agatha suspected with an internal chuckle, even bring a small, discreet notebook and a very fine pencil, hidden within the folds of her voluminous skirt, to record her findings. Or perhaps she was simply tired of the perpetually damp air in Ravenswood, and fancied a night in a properly heated house. One could never be entirely sure with Imogen. The final acceptance that truly delighted Agatha came from Mrs. Cordelia Thorne, a woman whose lineage was respectable, but whose artistic aspirations were, to put it mildly, rather less so. Mrs. Thorne considered herself a poetess of profound emotional depth, though her actual verses were widely regarded as melodramatic, turgid, and often baffling. She dressed in flowing, often slightly rumpled, gowns of unconventional colors, and spoke in hushed dramatic tones, always searching for the muse in every mundane interaction. Her acceptance was effusive, replete with florid metaphors about the unveiling of souls beneath the velvet cloak of night, and the shared breath of kindred spirits. Mrs. Thorne's hidden agenda was, quite simply, material. She sought inspiration for her next great epic poem, something beyond the usual moonbeams and wilting roses. She craved raw human emotion, a secret whispered in the dark, a moment of vulnerability she could later transmute into painfully earnest verse. She hoped for arguments, tears, possibly even a mild nervous breakdown, anything that would provide the dramatic grist for her poetic mill. Agatha had a sneaking suspicion Mrs. Thorne might even attempt to recite her latest unfinished ode in the dead of night, a prospect that sent a shiver, half dread and half perverse amusement, down the Duchess's spine. There were, of course, a handful of polite regrets. The Dowager Marchioness of Silverstream claimed a sudden recurrence of her vapors, a convenient affliction that often manifested when she wished to avoid anything remotely unconventional. Lady Prudence, known for her devotion to her collection of antique thimbles, declined, citing the urgent need to recatalogue her specimens. These rejections, however, merely highlighted the intrepid spirit, or perhaps the sheer desperation, of those who had accepted. As the day of the sleepover approached, Duchess Agatha found herself in an unaccustomed state of genuine anticipation. The usual gray fog of boredom had lifted, replaced by a nervous flutter, akin to what a seasoned general might feel before an unconventional battle. She had assembled a truly remarkable collection of individuals, each a microcosm of aristocratic ennui, eccentricity, and barely contained desire. What would happen when these disparate personalities, accustomed to the rigid boundaries of daylight society, were confined together through the long, unguarded hours of the night? What secrets might emerge? What alliances might form or shatter? What, in short, would be the true cost of her desperate cure for boredom? The Duchess had sought to escape her own predictability, but in doing so she had created a peculiar human experiment, a delicate and combustible recipe for chaos, simmering quietly in the elegant, antique halls of Hollisher House. The stage was set, the players assembled, and the curtain was about to rise on a night that promised to be anything but boring. Chapter 4. The Grand Preparation, or lack thereof. The peculiar hum of anticipation that had begun to vibrate through Hollisher House was, for Duchess Agatha, a genuinely novel sensation. It felt, she mused, like the first tentative tremor before an earthquake, or perhaps the rustle of a forgotten silk gown in a long-closed wardrobe. It was a faint but insistent whisper of change, a counterpoint to the deafening silence of her usual routine. Yet, for her meticulously trained staff, this hum was a discordant clamor, a cacophony of unanswered questions and deeply unsettling instructions. Their lives, previously a perfectly synchronized ballet of domestic efficiency, had been thrown into a state of bewildered disarray by the Duchess' vague, if well-intentioned, pronouncements. Mrs. Gable, the housekeeper, a woman whose every movement was as precise as a clockwork mechanism, found herself standing in the cavernous main drawing-room, a scroll of parchment clutched in her hand, her brow furrowed into a landscape of profound perplexity. The Duchess, in her newfound enthusiasm for disruption, had held a series of impromptu consultations which had left her staff more baffled than enlightened. Mrs. Gable, the Duchess had declared, gesturing vaguely towards the ceiling, we must ensure the utmost comfort for our guests, and of course, an atmosphere conducive to nocturnal companionship. Think of it as a grand, yet informal, slumber. Mrs. Gable had politely inquired. Slumber, Your Grace? Are we to provide beds in the drawing-room? Agatha had waved a dismissive hand, a gesture she had recently adopted to convey a sense of spontaneous creativity. Oh no, not precisely YBC. That would be far too pedestrian. Think more along the lines of cushions. Many cushions. And blankets, of course, for coziness. She had then added, almost as an afterthought, and perhaps a few divans from the library. We want them to feel entirely at ease, you understand, unburdened by the usual formalities of a visit. Unburdened by formalities, Mrs. Gable had repeated under her breath, a phrase that, in her long and unblemished career, had always signified impending chaos. Now, here she was, contemplating how to transform a stately reception room, designed for stiff conversations and the dignified consumption of tea, into something akin to a luxurious, albeit extremely formal, encampment. She dispatched footmen to scour the house for every available cushion, from the plump velvet ones in the boudoir to the slightly less plump, but still serviceable, ones from the less frequented upstairs sitting rooms. The result was a haphazard collection of textures and patterns, pilled in various corners of the drawing-room like strangely colorful geological formations. Divans, heavy and recalcitrant, were dragged across polished floors, leaving faint, disapproving scratches. These were arranged in an unsettling semicircle around the fireplace, suggesting a gathering, perhaps, for a very uncomfortable séance rather than a relaxed evening. Meanwhile, Mr. Hemlock, the Duke's long-suffering butler, was contending with the equally perplexing instructions regarding refreshments. Mr. Hemlock, the Duchess had announced, her eyes gleaming with a particularly mischievous light. Our guests will require sustenance throughout the night. Not a heavy supper, mind you, for that encourages slumber, but delicate morsels. And tea, of course. Plenty of tea. And perhaps something stronger for the later hours, should the conversation prove stimulating. Mr. Hemlock, a man who prided himself on the precise timing of every course and the exact temperature of every decanted claret, felt a cold dread settle in his stomach. Throughout the night, Your Grace, until dawn. Precisely. Agatha had beamed, as if she had just invented the very concept of prolonged wakefulness. Consider it a sustained nocturnal repast, and ensure the kitchen prepares small cakes, very small, and perhaps a selection of exotic fruits. something to awaken the palate, should the hours grow long. The kitchen, under the stern, if bewildered, command of cook, descended into a maelstrom of confusion. Small cakes, cook understood. But very small? How small was too small? He decided upon a selection of miniature fruit tarts, each no larger than a florin, and a variety of tiny, perfectly round shortbread biscuits, so delicate they threatened to disintegrate at the slightest touch. The exotic fruits proved to be an even greater challenge. The Duchess, with her penchant for the vaguely adventurous, had once mentioned a desire for a pineapple, a fruit almost prohibitively expensive and rare in their corner of the kingdom. Cook, interpreting exotic literally, had dispatched a scullery boy on a frantic, expensive, and ultimately fruitless search for such an item. The boy returned hours later, empty-handed and mud-splattered, having merely procured a slightly bruised turnip and a single suspiciously brown apple from a local market, both of which Cook, in a fit of despair, reluctantly added to the exotic platter alongside a handful of wizened grapes. The result was less a feast for the senses and more a still life of mild agricultural disappointment. The most baffling directive, however, concerned the singular diversion. Agatha, when pressed by Clarissa for details, had merely said, "Oh, something engaging. Something that sparks the mind. Perhaps stories or riddles. Nothing too strenuous, of course. We wish to avoid overt exertion." This instruction, interpreted by Mrs. Gable as a need for intellectual stimulation and by Mr. Hemlock as a call for discreet background entertainment, led to some truly bizarre preparations. Mrs. Gable, recalling a faded tapestry depicting classical allegories, decided that visual aids would be appropriate. She instructed a team of junior maids to remove various obscure pieces of statuary and arcane scientific instruments from the Duke's study: a dusty globe, a tarnished telescope, a collection of fossilized ferns, and arrange them haphazardly throughout the drawing room. The intention, she reasoned, was to provide points of intellectual contemplation for the guests. The effect was that of a particularly uninspired curiosity shop, cluttered and vaguely disquieting. Mr. Hemlock, meanwhile, took the story's instruction to heart. He dispatched a footman to the local circulating library with a list of titles provided by the Duchess, a mix of slightly scandalous Gothic romances, dry historical treatises, and an unexpectedly large volume on the breeding habits of exotic fowl. The footman returned with only 3 books: a heavily abridged version of Robinson Crusoe, a pamphlet on potato blight, and a surprisingly lengthy treatise on the proper care of domestic cats. Mr. Hemlock, ever resourceful, decided these would be perfect for reading aloud, should the Duchess desire, placing them prominently on a small, unsteady table beside a collection of dusty parlor games, the rules of which no one in the house could recall. Among them was a game called the Serpent's Coil, which involved a board riddled with pitfalls and a spinning top, promising endless frustration rather than diversion. The lighting for the overnight event also proved to be a quandary. Agatha, with her typical vagueness, had requested an ambience of warmth and intimacy, but sufficient light for conversation. Mrs. Gable, fearing that too much light would encourage activity and too little would invite scandalous whispers, had instructed the footmen to light precisely half of the sconces and chandeliers. The result was a dramatic, almost theatrical chiaroscuro, with pools of dim light interspersed with cavernous shadows, making it difficult to discern faces and creating an air of unsettling mystery rather than intimacy. Candles, usually reserved for emergencies, were placed in precarious positions on small tables, their flickering flames casting dancing, distorted shadows that seemed to mock the staff's efforts. Even the arrangements for the guests' personal comfort were rife with misinterpretation. Agatha had mentioned the need for nightclothes of a certain quality. should the ladies wish to avail themselves of true repose. This was taken by Clarissa, who had overheard the remark, to mean that the Duchess expected the guests to change into their nightgowns. Panic ensued amongst the maids. Not all ladies traveled with extensive wardrobes, especially not for an overnight stay that was not a formal house party. Clarissa, taking initiative, had hastily pulled from the linen closets a selection of the Duke's unused, voluminous nightshirts, plain, unadorned cotton garments, far too large for any lady of delicate constitution, but undeniably clean. These were folded neatly and placed in a pile in a discreet corner of the drawing-room, a silent, stark testament to the escalating strangeness of the evening. As the day of the sleepover dawned, the staff of Hollowshire House, accustomed to rigid order, surveyed their handiwork with a collective sigh of exhaustion and quiet resignation. The drawing-room, once a bastion of elegant predictability, now resembled a luxurious yet baffling obstacle course. Cushions lay everywhere, arranged with no discernible pattern. The heavy divans looked like marooned ships in a sea of velvet and brocade. The exotic fruit platter, dominated by its forlorn turnip, seemed to shrivel under the dim, uneven lighting. The piles of unread books and baffling parlor games sat in silent judgment. The Duke's nightshirts, stacked like misshapen clouds, added a final perplexing touch. Mrs. Gable, her face a mask of professional stoicism, approached Mr. Hemlock, who stood adjusting a slightly askew portrait of a stern-faced ancestor. "Mr. Hemlock," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, "I believe we have done our best, though I fear unburdened by formalities may prove to be a more profound state than her grace fully comprehends." Mr. Hemlock sighed, a sound that seemed to carry the weight of generations of dutiful service. "Indeed, Mrs. Gable, I have overseen banquets for royalty, state visits of dignitaries, even a particularly rambunctious fox hunt. But a nocturnal repast with singular diversions for a gathering of ladies, this, I dare say, is entirely uncharted territory. I only pray the punch is sufficiently strong." He paused, looking around at the surreal arrangements, "or that the ladies are sufficiently tired." Duchess Agatha, blissfully unaware of the minor domestic crisis brewing below stairs, was in her boudoir, being dressed by Clarissa. She felt a lightness she hadn't experienced in years, a faint tremor of excitement that made her feel almost girlish. The prospect of an evening, an entire night, freed from the strictures of polite society, of predictable small talk, of the relentless march towards a comfortable, utterly joyless slumber, was exhilarating. She imagined lively conversation, perhaps even some shared confidences, a spontaneous unfolding of minds that had long been kept in their meticulously embroidered cases. She had prepared a special lighter scent for the occasion, a delicate lavender, hoping it would contribute to the atmosphere of ease and informality. The manor, usually a silent, elegant tomb, now buzzed with an odd, frantic energy, and Agatha, for once, was not bored. The stage was set. The arrangements were, to her mind, perfectly vague and therefore perfectly adaptable. And the guests were soon to arrive. What could possibly go wrong when the spirit of informal conviviality met the highly structured world of the English aristocracy? She smoothed the front of her gown, a relatively simple yet elegant silk, and a faint smile touched her lips. The world's first sleepover was about to begin. Chapter 5. Arrival of the Eccentrics. The great hall of Hollowshire House, usually a bastion of hushed formality, began to reverberate with an unfamiliar sound, the cautious clatter of arriving carriages. Inside, Mr. Hemlock, the butler, stood at attention, his posture a testament to generations of unwavering service, yet a barely perceptible tremor ran through his starched cravat. He had seen many arrivals in his long career, from minor nobility to exasperated postal workers. But this evening promised a unique challenge. Mrs. Gable, ever the meticulous, hovered nearby, her eyes darting between the perfectly polished floor and the slightly askew statuette of a one-eared fawn that had been inexplicably placed next to the grand staircase. Duchess Agatha, however, stood by the drawing-room entrance, a faint, almost girlish flush on her cheeks. She felt an unfamiliar fluttering in her chest, not of nerves, but of pure, unadulterated curiosity. The bell above the main door chimed, a sound that usually heralded another evening of polite, utterly forgettable conversation. But tonight it felt like the prelude to something entirely different. The first to arrive was Lady Beatrice, Duchess of Cranbrook. Her carriage, a grand if somewhat dusty affair, pulled up with a sigh of weary springs. Lady Beatrice herself emerged with an air of profound effort, as if gravity exerted a particularly strong pull on her. She wore a gown of faded lavender, chosen, one suspected, not for its fashion but for its perceived comfort. Her maid, a thin woman named Mildred, who seemed equally burdened by the weight of existence, followed closely behind, clutching a small, leather-bound book and a rather large, suspiciously lumpy cushion. "Good heavens, Agatha, my dear," Lady Beatrice drawled, her voice a reedy whisper that suggested she was already conserving energy for the coming ordeal. She glanced around the hall, her eyes, usually half-closed, opening a fraction wider as they registered the odd placement of a collection of fossils on a nearby console table. "So this is it, the singular diversion." I confess the invitation quite bewildered Mildred, and indeed myself. "Is it to be a reading? A séance?" Her gaze then fell upon the drawing-room entrance, where the chaotic arrangement of cushions and divans was dimly visible in the uneven light. A faint flicker of something akin to alarm crossed her face. My. It appears quite unstructured." Mr. Hemlock, ever composed, bowed deeply. "Welcome, Your Grace. The Duchess awaits your esteemed company." Lady Beatrice merely sighed and allowed herself to be guided towards the drawing-room, her maid trailing dutifully with the cushion, which Mildred promptly began to plump and rearrange on the most secluded divan she could find, as if preparing a nest. Next came the Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, her entrance a stark contrast to Lady Beatrice's languor. Her carriage was sleeker, her gown of deep emerald silk, cut with an almost severe precision. Countess Eleanor herself was a woman of formidable presence, her eyes sharp as a hawk's, missing nothing. She swept into the hall with an air of sardonic amusement, a tiny, almost imperceptible smirk playing on her lips. She carried no maid, but a rather weighty volume titled A Compendium of Obscure Botanical Poisons tucked under her arm. "Agatha, my dear," she announced, her voice a low, resonant purr that seemed to slice through the ambient quiet. "To what peculiar fate have you summoned us tonight?" Nocturnal companionship is a phrase one usually reserves for clandestine liaison, not polite society. Her eyes immediately swept over the drawing-room's interior, taking in the uneven lighting and the haphazard array of scientific instruments. "Ah, I see. A pedagogical expedition into the depths of domestic eccentricity, perhaps? Or merely a grand exercise in chaos?" She offered a brief, dry laugh that sounded like a rustle of dry leaves. "I confess, my curiosity was piqued. I do hope you have something more stimulating planned than charades. My brain has grown quite flabby from disuse." Mr. Hemlock winced almost imperceptibly as she brushed past him, her gaze settling on the forlorn turnip on the exotic fruit platter. "Ah, a rare specimen indeed," she murmured, her tone utterly unreadable. Then arrived Mrs. Agnes Finch, her presence heralded by the crisp rustle of her impeccably starched silk and the faint, almost clinical scent of lavender water. She descended from her carriage with the stiff precision of a finely tuned automaton, her gaze already scanning the fate of Hollisher House for any sign of neglect or impropriety. Her maid, a timid girl named Bessie, scurried behind her, weighed down by an extra reticule containing what one suspected was a small emergency sewing kit and a discreet bottle of smelling salts. "Duchess Agatha," Mrs. Finch intoned, her voice precise and unyielding, like the snap of a fresh linen sheet. She offered a nod that was more a controlled dip of her chin than a gesture of greeting. An unusual invitation, to be sure. My husband was quite perplexed. Nocturnal companionship, indeed. Her eyes, sharp as a needle, immediately darted to the drawing room, narrowing slightly as they took in the piles of cushions and the faint, unsettling shadows. I trust the sleeping arrangements are discreet, and the refreshments entirely appropriate for ladies of our standing. One does not wish for the impression of casualness. She paused, her gaze settling on the stack of the Duke's overly large nightshirts. Her lips pursed into a thin white line. Ah, see. I see. Utterly beyond the pale. Mr. Hemlock's face remained impassive, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. Mrs. Finch proceeded into the drawing room, Bessie trailing, already calculating the exact angle at which a cushion should be placed to ensure maximum decorum, even in the most unorthodox of settings. A flurry of giggles and a burst of genuine, unbridled energy announced the arrival of young Lady Charlotte. She practically bounced out of her carriage, her bright blue gown an eager expression of vibrant splash of color against the deepening twilight. She was accompanied by her governess, Miss Albright, a woman whose face bore the expression of one who had long ago surrendered to the unpredictable whims of youth. Duchess Agatha, Lady Charlotte exclaimed, her voice clear and joyful. Oh, thank you for inviting me. Mamma said it would be dreadfully dull, but I knew it would be an adventure. She skipped into the hall, her eyes wide with delight as she spotted the scattered artifacts. Look, Miss Albright, a telescope. Are we to observe the stars? And what is Ponthyke? She asked, pointing at the one-eared fawn with a curious blend of awe and amusement. She then peered into the drawing room, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the cushions. Oh, it's like a grand picnic indoors. Will we tell ghost stories? Miss Albright merely offered a strained smile and a series of apologetic murmurs to Mr. Hemlock, who, for the first time that evening, felt a flicker of something akin to bewildered optimism. Lady Charlotte, entirely unperturbed by the various layers of social discomfort, immediately darted towards the pile of books, pulling out Robinson Crusoe with an eager gasp. The subsequent arrivals were a parade of increasingly distinct personalities, each adding another peculiar note to the growing symphony of social anomaly. Lady Araminta Minty Featherstone, a wizened woman known for her obsession with ornithology and her habit of speaking to her deceased cat, arrived clutching a small, elaborately carved wooden cage containing not a bird, but a meticulously taxidermied robin, wearing a tiny absurd bonnet. She whispered sweet nothings to it as Mr. Hemlock politely relieved her of her cloak, occasionally casting a furtive glance at the drawing room as if assessing its suitability for an avian companion. Professor Theodora Quill, a renowned if reclusive botanist, arrived next. Her spectacles were perpetually askew, and her usually severe academic gown was smudged with what appeared to be dried mud and pollen. She carried a large overflowing satchel from which protruded the stem of a wilting plant, and several thick, annotated notebooks. She greeted Duchess Agatha with a distracted nod, her eyes already scanning the architecture of the hall, apparently identifying the various types of wood in the paneling. Fascinating grain, she murmured, more to herself than to the Duchess. Quite remarkable for a domestic setting. One rarely sees such examples outside of academic specimens. She then spotted the turnip on the exotic fruit platter and immediately bent to inspect it closely, muttering about root structures and soil composition, utterly oblivious to the social awkwardness she was causing. Finally, Madame Evangeline Dubois swept in, a flamboyant hurricane of rustling silk and heavily perfumed air. A former operatic sensation, whose voice had long since given way to a perpetual rasp, she still moved with the dramatic flair of a diva. She wore a gown of vibrant crimson, a shade usually reserved for evening balls, and her hair was piled high, in an elaborate, slightly askew coiffure. She carried a tiny, trembling Pekingese dog named Fifi, which she clutched to her ample bosom. "Agatha, darling," Madame Dubois boomed, her voice echoing dramatically through the hall, causing Mr. Hemlock to flinch. Such a mysterious invitation. I simply couldn't resist. One does grow so weary of the usual social machinations. Is this to be a salon? A clandestine gathering of artistic minds? She glanced around, her eyes accustomed to the footlights, seeming to demand that every corner of the hall focus on her. She then caught sight of her own reflection in a polished mirror and paused to adjust a stray curl, Fifi whimpering softly against her chest. Ah yes, truly singular. One feels a certain frisson of bohemian anticipation, does one not? She then glided into the drawing room, her gaze scanning the assembled ladies, clearly assessing the quality of her potential audience. As the last guest, a rather timid Lady Clarice, known for her profound shyness and her collection of antique thimbles, hesitantly entered the drawing room. The room began to take on a life of its own. The initial polite murmurs had given way to a cacophony of quiet, nervous laughter, hushed whispers, and the insistent clinking of fine china as footmen, under Mr. Hemlock's pained direction, began to serve tea and the cook's very small cakes. Lady Beatrice, having successfully installed herself on her cushioned divan, occasionally let out a soft groan that could have been either a sigh of profound relaxation or existential despair. Countess Eleanor, perched on a particularly uncomfortable antique stool, began to make meticulous notes in her botanical poison book, occasionally glancing up to observe Mrs. Finch, who was now surreptitiously attempting to refold one of the Duke's nightshirts into a more acceptable shape. Lady Charlotte, meanwhile, had begun to read Robinson Crusoe aloud, her voice surprisingly clear, though occasionally interrupted by Professor Quill's musings on the possibility of cultivating fungi in the drawing-room's damp corners. Lady Minty Featherstone, in a quiet corner, was gently stroking her taxidermied robin, occasionally offering it what sounded suspiciously like social commentary. Madame Dubois, having failed to find a suitable pedestal for Fifi, had begun to hum a dramatically mournful aria, much to the quiet discomfort of the other guests. Duchess Agatha, surveying the scene, felt a wave of something utterly new wash over her. It was not exactly joy, nor triumph, but a potent blend of amusement and a strange sense of liberation. The air was thick with unspoken questions, with barely suppressed judgment, with simmering curiosity. It was a chaotic, utterly improper tableau, a scene entirely removed from the meticulous order of her previous existence. This was certainly not boring. Indeed, it was quite the opposite. The stage was set, the players assembled, and the peculiar symphony of the world's first sleepover had just begun its discordant, yet utterly captivating, overture. And Agatha, for the first time in memory, found herself smiling, genuinely smiling, at the delicious unfolding disaster she had wrought. Chapter 6. The first sign of trouble, the drawing-room of Holloshire House, bathed in the dramatic, uneven glow of half-lit sconces and flickering candles, now truly resembled a stage set for an experimental, perhaps slightly deranged, theatrical production. The initial polite murmurs and the tentative clinking of teacups had begun to give way to a more complex symphony of human interaction, the soft rustle of silk as a lady shifted on an ill-placed cushion, the almost imperceptible sniff of disapproval, the low hum of a scholarly discourse, and the occasional, surprisingly loud, gasp of delight from young Lady Charlotte as she stumbled upon a particularly vivid passage in her purloined copy of Robinson Crusoe. Duchess Agatha, perched on a rather uncomfortable embroidered armchair that she had personally deemed sufficiently informal for the occasion, observed her assembled guests with a quiet, almost clinical fascination. This was precisely the antidote to boredom she had craved, an unpredictable, unfolding tableau of human eccentricity. Yet, even in her newfound state of delighted observation, she sensed a subtle shift in the atmospheric pressure of the room, a tension as delicate and fragile as the miniature shortbread biscuits crumbling on the silver platters. The source of this nascent perturbation, as one might have predicted, was Mrs. Agnes Finch. Mrs. Finch, a woman who viewed social gatherings as a complex mathematical equation to be solved with absolute precision, had spent the first few moments after her arrival conducting a silent internal audit of the room's arrangements. Her eyes, sharp as a needle, had surveyed the haphazard piles of cushions, the strangely angled divans, the collection of dusty scientific instruments, and the general air of luxurious disarray. She had already, with a single, almost imperceptible flick of her wrist, nudged a slightly askew armchair into what she deemed its proper alignment. Her gaze now rested, with an air of profound consternation, upon the seating arrangement, or rather, the distinct lacquey of one. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, having surrendered entirely to the unexpected comfort of a particularly plump velvet divan, had settled into a posture that suggested a lifetime of accumulated fatigue, finally finding its release. Her head was tilted back, her eyes closed, and her maid Mildred was meticulously adjusting a small embroidered footstool beneath her mistress's slippered feet. Directly beside this improvised haven, on a smaller, rather spindly-legged chair that looked as though it might collapse under the weight of a severe glance, sat Lady Clarice, the timid thimble collector. Lady Clarice, already mortified by the sheer act of being in such a public gathering, was clutching her antique thimble box so tightly that her knuckles were white. Her proximity to Lady Beatrice, a duchess of the highest rank, was, in Mrs. Finch's rigid estimation, a gross violation of the unwritten laws of aristocratic spatial propriety. A duchess, in Mrs. Finch's mental manual of decorum, required an appropriate cordon of respectful distance, a kind of invisible moat of social superiority. Mrs. Finch cleared her throat, a small, precise sound that in the prevailing quiet hum of the room somehow managed to carry the weight of a royal proclamation. "Lady Clarice," she began, her voice perfectly modulated, yet undeniably firm, "my dear. Are you quite comfortable there? One must consider the flow of conversation, you understand, and the ease of movement for others." Lady Clarice, startled, blinked like a small trapped bird. "Oh yes, Mrs. Finch, entirely. Thank you." She made a vague gesture towards her thimble box, as if offering it as proof of her contentment. Mrs. Finch, however, was not to be deterred by such simple pleasantries. She then turned her attention, not to Lady Clarice directly, but to the slightly too close arm of Lady Beatrice's divan. "It is merely that the seating, while undoubtedly unique, does not lend itself to the customary order. A duchess, of course, requires a certain space for dignity." Lady Beatrice, whose eyes had fluttered open at the sound of Mrs. Finch's voice, let out a soft, almost inaudible groan. "Dignity, dear Mrs. Finch," she murmured, her voice laced with an almost heroic weariness, "is rather a heavy cloak to wear when one is attempting merely to achieve a semblance of repose. One might even argue that true dignity lies in the capacity to transcend such petty concerns as the exact placement of one's posterior." Mrs. Finch, however, seemed impervious to wit, however weary. She took a step closer, her perfectly coiffed head tilted slightly. "Nevertheless, position dictates precedence. It has always been so, from the earliest days of courtly gatherings. The arrangement of seats, the very fabric of the chairs themselves, bespoke one's station. One cannot simply lounge in a manner that suggests equality when the very foundation of our society is built upon a delicate, intricate hierarchy. It would be anarchic." Countess Eleanor, who had been meticulously annotating her hair compendium of obscure botanical poisons with a tiny silver pencil, finally looked up, her sharp eyes gleaming with a sudden predatory interest. "Anarchy, Mrs. Finch?" she purred, her voice like sandpaper on fine silk. A rather strong word for the mere rearrangement of a few cushions, would you not agree? And as for historical precedents, one might argue that the earliest gatherings of society were far less concerned with strict adherence to seating charts and far more with communal survival. Think of the tribal elders around a fire, or the Roman symposium, where reclining was not merely tolerated but encouraged. Were they less dignified for their comfort? Mrs. Finch drew herself up, her spine stiffening visibly. Those were, Countess, vastly different eras, and vastly different societies. We are not discussing primitive encampments or decadent empires. We are discussing the proper conduct of English aristocracy in the Duchess of Hollowshire's drawing room. There are rules, unwritten perhaps, but universally understood. A duchess, for instance, should never be subjected to the indignity of having a mere lady's elbow within a foot of her person, particularly when said lady is clutching a box of symbols. Lady Clarice, shrinking further into her chair, looked as though she might spontaneously combust. Her thimble box, usually a source of quiet comfort, now felt like an instrument of public shame. "Ah, the thimbles," Countess Eleanor mused, her gaze briefly settling on the offending item. "A most practical accessory, I should think, for a night of singular diversion. One never knows when a torn seam might require mending. Perhaps they are the very symbol of practical ingenuity that transcends the rigid social strictures you so ardently champion, Mrs. Finch." Professor Theodora Quill, who had been entirely engrossed in examining the dust motes dancing in a shaft of moonlight, suddenly interjected, her voice reedy and indistinct. "Actually, the earliest documented communal gatherings, particularly those involving overnight stays, often revolved around the sharing of resources or knowledge. In ancient Greek philosophical schools, for instance, students and masters would often sleep in the same common dormitory, fostering a sense of shared intellectual pursuit. Hierarchies were often fluid, based on merit of argument rather than inherited title. And as for posture, many cultures considered the supine position conducive to deeper thought, less constrained by the artificialities of upright formality. She adjusted her spectacles, which promptly slid further down her nose. So, the Duchess's current arrangement, while seemingly novel, could be interpreted as a return to an ancient, arguably more intellectually fertile, mode of interaction. Mrs. Finch gasped, a sound so sharp it caused Madame Evangeline Dubois' Pekingese, Fifi, to emit a tiny distressed whimper from its perch on Madame Dubois' ample bosom. Ancient Greek philosophical schools? Professor Quill, we are not on the Acropolis. We are in Hollowshire. And to suggest that a duchess should emulate the supine positions of ancient scholars in a common dormitory is utterly preposterous. It is a clear affront to decorum. And as for merit of argument, she cast a withering glance at Countess Eleanor. One finds that such discussions often devolve into mere sophistry. Countess Eleanor merely smiled, a thin, dangerous curve of her lips. Sophistry, Mrs. Finch, is merely the art of reasoning, misunderstood by those who prefer the comfortable confines of unquestioned dogma. Perhaps the Duchess intends for us to engage in just such a free exchange of ideas, unencumbered by the tyranny of tradition. Is that not, after all, the meaning of singular diversion? At this, Madame Evangeline Dubois, who had been dramatically fanning herself with a small, feathered fan, suddenly lowered it, her eyes wide. "Oh, a debate! How utterly thrilling! It reminds me of my early days in the Milanese opera houses, where the prima donnas would squabble over the precise placement of a prop, or the length of a train, each demanding historical accuracy for their dramatic entrances." She then burst into a surprisingly loud, albeit slightly off-key, trill, as if celebrating the unfolding drama. This is much more entertaining than the usual discussions about one's unfortunate neighbor's garden gnomes. Lady Minty Featherstone, who had been softly chirping to her taxidermied robin about the superior nesting habits of European sparrows, suddenly cleared her throat. Nesting, Madame Dubois, is a matter of profound structural integrity and territoriality. Even birds, you see, understand the importance of boundaries. One does not simply allow a wren to cohabit with a falcon without considerable friction. One must consider the pecking order. Her robin, named Peregrine, seemed to nod sagely on her lap. Agatha, watching this absurd tableau unfold, felt a peculiar mix of exhilaration and faint alarm. The room was no longer quiet or merely chaotic. It was beginning to hum with a strange argumentative energy. Mrs. Finch, bristling with indignation, was now attempting to physically move Lady Clarice's chair, tugging at its leg with surprising force. Lady Clarice, paralyzed by mortification, could only cling more tightly to her thimble box. Countess Eleanor, enjoying the intellectual sparring, was citing obscure legal precedents from the Tudor era regarding rights of occupancy and implied easements. Professor Quill was earnestly attempting to explain the anatomical benefits of spinal alignment for prolonged communal discussion, oblivious to the social warfare around her. Madame Dubois was humming louder, occasionally interjecting with theatrical asides about the dramatic potential of the situation. And Lady Minty Featherstone was now drawing parallels between the pecking order of finches and the social hierarchy of the British peerage. Even Lady Charlotte, initially captivated by Robinson Crusoe, looked up, her blue eyes wide. "Oh, it's like a grand squabble," she whispered, her voice carrying across the suddenly quieter room. "Are they going to have a duel? Perhaps with thimbles?" Her innocent question, rather than diffusing the tension, seemed to intensify it. Mrs. Finch caught mid-talk, froze, her face a mask of affronted dignity. "A duel, young Lady Charlotte. We are not barbarians. This is a matter of fundamental principle." Lady Beatrice, from her cushioned haven, sighed so deeply it sounded like the dying gasp of a small, fluffy animal. "Good heavens," she murmured, "can we not simply agree to disagree and attempt to find a modicum of silence? My constitution simply cannot bear such vigorous discourse." Duchess Agatha, finally stirred to action by the escalating absurdity, cleared her own throat, a rather more authoritative sound than Mrs. Finch's initial pronouncement. "Ladies," she said, her voice carrying a surprising note of calm authority that cut through the rising clamor, "perhaps we should consider the spirit of the evening. It was intended for diversion, yes, and companionship, and perhaps, dare I say, a gentle loosening of the usual rigidities." She glanced pointedly at Mrs. Finch, who reluctantly released Lady Clarice's chair. One finds that even the most ancient traditions began as a mere improvisation. And who is to say what new traditions might emerge from an evening of singular comfort? She offered a small, knowing smile that was equal parts invitation and challenge. The room fell into a temporary, uneasy quiet. Mrs. Finch, though unappeased, seemed to recognize the Duchess's subtle admonition. Countess Eleanor merely raised an eyebrow, a silent acknowledgment of Agatha's shrewd intervention. Professor Queer resumed her musings on fungal growth. Lady Minty Featherstone returned to her robin, and Madame Dubois, seeing the audience had quieted, took a dramatic sip of tea. Lady Clarisse, trembling, pulled her thimble box even closer. The immediate crisis over the seating arrangements had been quelled, but the ripples it had created continued to spread. The air was now thick with unspoken resentments, with newly discovered intellectual antagonisms, and with the palpable understanding that the unburdened by formalities atmosphere the Duchess had so vaguely desired was in fact an exquisitely fertile ground for precisely the kind of social skirmishes that polite society usually took such pains to avoid. The first breach in the dam of decorum had been made, and the strange, unpredictable currents of the evening had only just begun to flow. Agatha, watching her guests settle back into their uncomfortable truce, felt a shiver of true, vibrant anticipation. This was indeed far from boring. It was, she realized with a thrill, just the beginning of the disaster. Chapter 7. The mysterious disappearance of the silverware. The transition from the drawing room's haphazard comfort to the formal grandeur of the dining hall was, for most of the guests, a subtle reassertion of aristocratic order. A return to the predictable rituals of a structured evening. Duchess Agatha, however, observed it with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The long, polished mahogany table, gleaming under the soft glow of chandeliers, was laden with heavy silver candelabras and towering centerpieces of exotic, if slightly wilting, flowers. Footmen, moving with the practiced grace of well-oiled machinery, stood at attention, ready to serve. Yet, even here, a subtle tremor of the earlier disquiet lingered. Lady Beatrice, now seated at Agatha's right, still looked profoundly exhausted, as if the mere act of relocating had drained her of vital essence. Mrs. Finch, opposite her, sat with a ramrod straight posture, her gaze sweeping over the table, setting, as if conducting a silent, disapproving inventory. Countess Eleanor, next to Mrs. Finch, merely leaned back, a faint, sardonic curve on her lips, observing the scene with the detached interest of a biologist examining a peculiar specimen. Young Lady Charlotte, however, seemed entirely delighted by the formality. Her eyes wide with unadulterated wonder, she surveyed the array of gleaming cutlery and crystal. The first course, a delicate consomme served in shallow, ornate bowls, passed without incident, though not without its quiet undercurrents. Lady Clarice, seated beside Professor Quill, barely touched her soup, her gaze nervously darting between Mrs. Finch and the Duchess. Professor Quill, meanwhile, had taken to stirring her consomme with a curious intensity, as if attempting to discern the fundamental properties of its clear broth, occasionally muttering about specific gravity and molecular composition. Lady Minty Featherstone, after carefully tasting a spoonful, leaned over to her taxidermied robin, Peregrine, which was discreetly perched in a small velvet bag on the floor beside her chair, and whispered what sounded suspiciously like a critical review of the chef's stock. Madame Evangeline Dubois, naturally, pronounced the consomme utterly divine, though her voice, a perpetual rasp, made it sound more like a dire pronouncement than a compliment. Her peeking gaze, Fifi, tucked under the table, let out a tiny, high-pitched sniff. It was during the serving of the second course, a delicate fish known as turbot, accompanied by a light lemon butter sauce, that the first true crack appeared in the meticulously constructed facade of dinner. Mr. Hemlock, supervising the footmen with his usual eagle eye, noticed it almost immediately. One of the junior footmen, a fresh-faced lad named Thomas, stood frozen mid-bow before Lady Beatrice, his tray held aloft, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and burgeoning panic. On the tray, there were no fish forks. Or rather, there were some, but certainly not enough for every guest. Mr. Hemlock, with a swift, almost imperceptible flick of his wrist, motioned Thomas closer. "What is the meaning of this, Thomas?" he hissed, his voice a low, dangerous rumble, barely audible above the polite hum of conversation. "Where are the turbot forks?" We laid out the full complement. Thomas, his face paling, stammered, I don't know, Mr. Hemlock. They were there, sir, all gleaming in their proper places. But now, half of them are gone." Mr. Hemlock felt a cold dread spread through him, a sensation far more alarming than any misplaced napkin or overcooked roast. Missing silverware was an affront of the highest order, a domestic sacrilege. It was not merely a matter of inconvenience. It was a matter of principle, of decorum, of the very foundation of genteel existence. He quickly scanned the table, his trained eye confirming Thomas' terrified assessment. Indeed, every other setting was conspicuously bare where a fish fork should have been. A significant portion of the sterling silver, passed down through generations of hollow-shirt dukes and duchesses, had simply vanished. He quickly dispatched Thomas to the sideboard, whispering a command to check the serving trays. The warming cabinets, even under the tablecloths, though such a thought was preposterous. He then personally approached the next guest in the serving rotation, Mrs. Finch, offering a strained, apologetic smile. "Forgive me, Mrs. Finch, but it seems there has been a momentary oversight. Your fish fork will be with you directly." He then subtly attempted to redistribute the remaining forks, sliding one from an empty place, setting to Mrs. Finch, hoping to create the illusion of plenty, but it was a futile exercise. The gaps were too obvious. Mrs. Finch, however, with her almost supernatural ability to detect any deviation from proper form, had already noticed. She watched Mr. Hemlock's clumsy maneuver with an expression of withering disdain. "Mr. Hemlock," she announced, her voice a precise, cutting whisper that carried unnervingly across the table. "One observes a distinct paucity of appropriate implements for the current course. Is it the intention of Her Grace to encourage us to consume our turbot with our fingers, or perhaps with a common serving spoon?" She looked down at her plate, where the delicate fish lay untouched, as if its very presence, without the proper utensil, was an insult. A ripple of an uneasy quiet spread through the table as other guests, now alerted, began to check their own settings. Lady Beatrice, opening her eyes with visible effort, peered at her plate. "Oh dear," she murmured. "No fork. Is this a new trend? Simplicity, perhaps? One does hear of such things in Paris." Countess Eleanor, however, merely raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. Simplicity, Lady Beatrice, or scarcity? One rather suspects the latter, given the sudden pallor of Mr. Hemlock's countenance. She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. A curious development indeed, almost like a riddle. Duchess Agatha, who had been attempting to engage Lady Charlotte in a discussion about the merits of different types of seashells, a desperate attempt to avoid any further societal skirmishes, looked up, her internal serenity momentarily shattered. "Missing? Silverware?" She glanced at Mr. Hemlock, whose face was now a mask of barely suppressed distress. A low murmur began to circulate among the guests. Mr. Hemlock, now openly sweating, quietly dispatched 2 more footmen to scour the kitchen and scullery. The clatter of their hurried footsteps echoed faintly from the distant passages, adding to the growing tension. Professor Quill, oblivious to the social crisis, had, in her characteristic manner, taken advantage of the delay. She had produced a small silver magnifying glass from her satchel, and was now intently examining the texture of the turbot's skin, muttering about cellular structures and the evolutionary adaptation of fish scales. Her lack of a proper fork seemed not to bother her in the slightest. Madame Dubois, sensing a dramatic opportunity, dramatically waved her hand. "Good heavens! The silverware gone? It is a sign, I tell you. A portent. Perhaps a mischievous spirit dwells within these very walls. A poltergeist with an unfortunate penchant for polished metals. Or," she lowered her voice to a theatrical whisper, "perhaps it is the work of a rival. A vengeful relative, perhaps, who seeks to sabotage Her Grace's reputation." Mrs. Finch scoffed, a sharp, dismissive sound. "Nonsense, Madame Dubois. Such melodrama is hardly appropriate. This is not the stage. This is merely gross incompetence. Or worse." Her gaze swept pointedly across the table, lingering for a moment on Lady Clarice, who instinctively clutched her thimble box tighter, as if it contained the very culprits. "Or perhaps," she continued, her voice gaining a steely edge, "it is a rather bold display of souvenir collecting. One has heard of such regrettable tendencies amongst certain individuals, particularly those unaccustomed to the genuine article. Lady Clarice gasped, her cheeks flushing crimson. Mrs. Finch, I would never. My thimbles are antique. They are not stolen. Countess Eleanor chuckled, a low, dry sound. Ah, the plot thickens. A thimble collector implicated in a grand silver heist. It has the makings of a truly gripping penny. Dreadful. But one wonders, Mrs. Finch, if your accusations are not merely a reflection of your own meticulous accounting of every item? Perhaps you simply misplaced your own. Mrs. Finch's eyes narrowed into slits. My silverware, Countess, is always precisely where it should be. Unlike, it seems, that of the Duchess of Hollowshires. This entire evening, she continued, her voice rising slightly, has been an exercise in unprecedented informality. A sleepover, indeed. What next? Common parlor games? A shared dormitory? One expects, at the very least, that basic standards of civility, of property, are maintained. Lady Minty Featherstone, who had been quietly attempting to feed a minuscule crumb of turbot to her taxidermied robin, suddenly piped up. Birds, you see, are quite particular about their nests. They gather shiny objects, yes, but only for decorative purposes. They do not steal for consumption. Though one has heard of magpies, of course. Very clever birds, magpies. Perhaps a particularly enterprising one has made its way into the house. They are drawn to reflective surfaces, you understand. Professor Quill looked up from her fish, her eyes finally registering the conversation. Magpies? Highly unlikely in such a well-sealed dwelling, Lady Minty. Unless, of course, the creature has adapted to urban environments. A fascinating study in evolutionary pressures. As for the disappearance of metallic objects, one might consider the possibility of unusual atmospheric conditions affecting magnetic fields, though such an occurrence is statistically improbable within a closed environment. Or, she paused, her gaze drifting towards the heavy drapes, perhaps a subtle shift in the gravitational pull, causing the lighter forks to simply float away. Lady Charlotte, who had been captivated by the escalating drama, suddenly clapped her hands. Oh, like a magic trick. Did someone make them disappear? Perhaps the Duchess knows a magician. Agatha, feeling a headache begin to throb behind her temples, forced a smile. No, my dear Charlotte, no magician. Just a momentary disarray. Mr. Hemlock is attending to it. Mr. Hemlock, however, was in a state of advanced professional distress. The footmen returned, their faces ashen, reporting no trace of the missing forks. The kitchen was in an uproar, cook loudly protesting his innocence and implying, rather unsubtly, that the problem lay with the untrustworthy nature of the ladies' maids. This is preposterous, Mrs. Finch declared, pushing her plate away. One cannot be expected to dine under such circumstances. Without the proper implements, the meal is, and indeed, unconsumable. It is an affront. Countess Eleanor leaned back, a genuine smile now playing on her lips. An affront, Mrs. Finch, or merely an opportunity for improvisation? One notes that the Roman emperors, in their glorious feasts, often eschewed forks entirely. Perhaps her grace is merely ahead of her time, ushering in a new era of hands-on dining. Madame Dubois, ever the dramatist, seized upon this. Hands-on! Oh, the scandal, the sheer, unbridled passion. One can almost hear the whispered gossip in the morning papers. Duchess Agatha of Hollowshire hosts a depraved, forkless feast. It is magnificent. She then dabbed her eyes with a lace handkerchief, as if moved to tears by the sheer glorious impropriety of it all. Fifi, still under the table, let out a particularly plaintive bark. Lady Beatrice, whose eyes had remained largely closed during this exchange, simply sighed again. One had hoped for a restful evening, she murmured almost to herself. One had truly hoped. Agatha, saying the situation rapidly devolving from a minor inconvenience into a full-blown social crisis, clapped her hands together, a sharp, decisive sound that momentarily cut through the rising clamor. Ladies, please. This is merely a trifling matter. Mr. Hemlock will provide alternatives. Perhaps a butter knife for now. Or even, she added, with a twinkle of mischief in her eye, a dessert spoon. One must adapt, must one not? This... Her words, while an attempt to calm, only seemed to add fuel to Mrs. Finch's indignation. A dessert spoon, Your Grace. For Turbo? It is simply not done. It violates every principle of proper table etiquette. This entire household, she declared, her voice rising to a pitch of near hysteria, seems to have abandoned all semblance of order. First, the informal seating, then the peculiar artifacts, and now, the outright disappearance of invaluable family silver. What, pray tell, is next? Will we be expected to sleep on hay in the stables? The image of the assembled duchesses and countesses, clad in their nightgowns, attempting to sleep on hay in a stable, was so utterly ludicrous that it momentarily silenced the room. Even Countess Eleanor paused, a flicker of genuine amusement crossing her face. Just then, Thomas, the young footman, reappeared, his face even paler, carrying a small, heavy silver tray. Mr. Hemlock, he whispered, his voice trembling. I found them, sir. A collective hush fell over the dining hall. All eyes turned to the tray. On it, nestled amongst a few stray crumbs and a wilting sprig of parsley, were precisely 3 fish forks, and 2 small ornate sugar tongs. Mr. Hemlock stared at the tray, then at Thomas, his professional composure threatening to finally shatter. 3 forks, Thomas? And, sugar tongs? Where, pray tell, did you find them? Thomas swallowed hard. Under the Duke's favorite armchair in the library, sir. Daughter and only sister. And the sugar tongs. One was in the pot of the fern in the conservatory, and the other was in the bird bath in the rose garden. A stunned silence filled the room. The Duchess, her eyes wide, stared at the assortment of recovered items. The Duke's armchair, the fern, the bird bath. This was not incompetence. This was sheer, baffling eccentricity. Or she thought, perhaps a highly elaborate and entirely unfathomable prank. Mrs. Finch let out a strangled sound, somewhere between a gasp and a choke. The bird bath? This is beyond the pale, beyond comprehension. This is not merely a lapse in etiquette. It is an act of deliberate, nonsensical sabotage. Countess Eleanor leaned back in her chair, a wide, slow smile spreading across her face. Nonsensical, Mrs. Finch? Or profoundly significant? One must consider the symbolism. The armchair, a place of contemplation. The fern, growth, nature. The bird bath, purification, perhaps rebirth. Someone, it seems, has a remarkably poetic, if utterly unhinged, sense of mischief, or a peculiar obsession with relocating cutlery. Madame Dubois clutched Fifi to her chest, her eyes alight with dramatic fervor. Sabotage. Yes, I knew it. A hidden enemy, cloaked in domesticity. This is far more intriguing than a simple missing fork. This is a mystery, a grand operatic mystery, unfolding right before our very eyes. Lady Minty Featherstone nodded sagely. Ah, yes. Relocation. Birds do it all the time. For territorial purposes. They collect shiny objects to signal dominance. Perhaps it is a warning. Professor Quill, however, squinted at the sugar tongs. Fascinating. The sucrose residue would indicate a connection to sweetened beverages, yet its placement in the bird bath suggests an outdoor environment. One must consider the osmotic pressures involved. Duchess, Agatha, for her part, felt a strange, almost giddy sensation. The situation was utterly ridiculous, the dinner a disaster, the guests on the verge of open hostility or complete philosophical abstraction. And yet she was utterly enthralled. This was not the quiet, suffocating boredom she had known. This was chaos, unfolding in real time, vibrant and unpredictable. The silverware was still mostly missing, dinner was ruined, and the evening had only just begun its descent into true, glorious mayhem. Her lips, against her will, curved into a faint, knowing smile. The disaster, it seemed, was proving to be exquisitely entertaining. Chapter 8. The Duchess's ill-fated parlor games, the shift from the fraught, silverless dining hall back to the drawing room, was accomplished with a peculiar blend of relief and continued apprehension. The footman, under Mr. Hemlock's guidance, had cleared away the remnants of the unfortunate turbo course with a speed that suggested a desire to erase the memory of the missing cutlery. The lingering scent of fish mixed uneasily with the faint, cloying sweetness of the very small cakes and the Duchess's lavender essence. Duchess Agatha, however, appeared utterly unfazed by the recent culinary debacle. Indeed, the drama of the silverware's mysterious reappearance, scattered in such peculiar locations, seemed to have only further energized her. The evening, far from descending into the polite tedium she had so desperately sought to escape, was blossoming into a full-fledged, glorious social absurdity. This was precisely the antidote she craved, a vibrant, unpredictable unfolding of human nature under duress. "Now, my dear ladies," Agatha announced, her voice bright and untroubled as she gestured towards the collection of uncomfortable divans and haphazardly placed cushions in the drawing-room, "we move to the portion of the evening dedicated to singular diversion. For too long, our minds have been dulled by the commonplace, our spirits left untroubled by genuine intellectual sport. I have retrieved from the dusty annals of my family library a selection of charming, if perhaps slightly obscure, parlor games from centuries past. They promise to both sharpen the wit and, dare I say, amuse the spirit." Mr. Hemlock, who had been quietly attempting to realign a particularly askew portrait of a dour ancestor, paused, bracing himself. He had seen the Duchess's charming obscurities before, usually involving ancient, indecipherable board games or highly abstract riddles that only made sense to a long-dead philosopher. The Duchess clapped her hands together, a sound that seemed unusually loud in the already tense room. "Our first game," she declared, picking up a heavy, ornate wooden box that was clearly very old, "is called The Serpent's Coil and the Oracle's Jest. It's a game of chance wit and subtle interpretation as played, I believe, in the rather raucous drawing rooms of the late 17th century." She opened the box to reveal a circular board, painted with a labyrinthine pattern of swirling lines and cryptic symbols, resembling less a game and more an ancient astrological chart. In the center lay a surprisingly heavy, intricately carved ivory top. "One spins the top," Agatha explained, "and wherever its tip comes to rest on the coil, one draws a corresponding card from this velvet pouch." She produced a small, faded velvet bag. "Each card presents either a riddle to be solved, a truth to be pondered, or a jest to be performed. The objective, of course, is not merely to win, but to engage in spirited intellectual discourse and, perhaps, a touch of self-deprecating humor." Mrs. Agnes Finch, who had just managed to recrease a particularly stubborn Duke's nightshirt, stiffened. "A jest to be performed, Your Grace. Surely you do not mean anything." Undignified, and the board itself, she eyed the ancient Persian rug upon which the Duchess had placed the game. Is it wise to place such a heavy object upon such a delicate weave? Her tone suggested that the rug, and indeed the entire evening, was teetering on the brink of irreparable damage. Nonsense, Mrs. Finch. Agatha waved her hand dismissively, narrowly missing a flickering candle. A little spirited play never harmed a rug, and as for dignity, dear Agnes, sometimes the greatest dignity lies in abandoning it, if only for a moment of genuine merriment. She then gestured to the game. Who shall be our first participant? A nervous silence fell. Lady Beatrice, her eyes once again half closed, seemed to be contemplating the very nature of existence rather than the game. Lady Clarice clutched her thimble box tighter. Countess Eleanor, however, a glint in her sharp eyes, slowly raised a hand. I confess, Duchess, my curiosity is piqued. A riddle, you say? Perhaps something to truly engage the mind after the rather elemental challenges of dinner. Excellent, Countess. Agatha beamed. Come, spin the coil. Countess Eleanor, with a surprisingly delicate touch for such a formidable intellect, spun the heavy ivory top. It whirred and wobbled, casting dancing shadows in the dim light, before coming to rest on a segment marked with a stylized eye. Agatha, consulting a small brittle booklet, drew a card. Ah! The gaze of the oracle. The card reads, I speak without a tongue, but my words echo through the ages. I see without eyes, yet reflect all truths. What am I? Countess Eleanor considered for a moment, then a dry smile touched her lips. A mirror, of course. Or perhaps, given the context of this rather peculiar evening, a collective sigh of social apprehension. Agatha chuckled. Indeed, Countess, you possess a formidable wit. A mirror, it is. 10 points for wit. Next. This initial success, however, was misleading. Mrs. Finch, perhaps emboldened by the Countess's quick solution, volunteered next, though with an air of profound reluctance, as if she were volunteering for a painful medical procedure. She spun the top with a precise, almost clinical flick of her wrist. It landed on a segment marked with a tiny, stylized flame. Agatha drew the card. The Flame of Folly. Agatha read aloud, a slight tremor of amusement in her voice. The card commands, speak a truth that has brought you grief, and then in penance mimic the dance of a startled hen before the blazing hearth, but do so with such grace that even the most disapproving fowl would applaud. Mrs. Finch's jaw dropped. A startled hen? In my gown? And before the fire? Your Grace, this is simply preposterous. And, to speak of grief, my personal sorrows are hardly a matter for public amusement. Her face, usually so composed, flushed a deep, indignant crimson. Ah, but that is the jest, dear Agnes, Agatha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. The blending of gravity and levity. It is the very essence of the 17th century parlor game. And the fire, of course, provides the appropriate dramatic backdrop. Mrs. Finch, however, remained rooted to the spot, a statue of offended propriety. I absolutely refuse, she stated, her voice trembling slightly with indignation. This is beyond the pale of all acceptable social conduct. It is an absurdity. Perhaps, Mrs. Finch, Countess Eleanor interjected smoothly, the game merely seeks to challenge your inherent rigidity. One cannot be entirely proper all the time. Can one? Even the most stately oak must bend in the wind. I am not an oak, Countess. I am a lady, Mrs. Finch retorted, her voice rising, and I shall not cluck and preen for your amusement. The very suggestion is an affront to my dignity. In her agitation, she gestured widely, and her hand, unfortunately, brushed against a rather precariously placed candle on a small side table. The flame, eager for new fuel, flickered, caught, and in a terrifyingly swift moment, licked upwards, igniting a stray tendril of her elaborately curled, perfectly coiffed, and slightly lacquered wig. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Madame Evangeline Dubois, ever alert to a dramatic moment, shrieked, "Good heavens! The fire! The passion!" She truly missive a flame. Mr. Hemlock, with a speed that belied his usual stately demeanor, snatched a velvet curtain tassel from a nearby window, and, with a swift, practiced motion, slapped it against Mrs. Finch's head. A small cloud of smoke, carrying the faint, unpleasant scent of singed hair and burned hairspray, puffed into the air. Mrs. Finch, eyes wide with horror, clapped her hands to her head, feeling the slightly crisp, still warm remains of her coiffure. "My wig," she wailed, a sound utterly unlike her usual clipped tones. "My perfectly coiffed, utterly appropriate wig. It is ruined. Utterly, utterly ruined. A minor singe." "Dear Agnes," Agatha said, attempting to sound reassuring, though a tremor of pure delight ran through her. "A mere trifle. Perhaps a new fashion even. The flame-kissed coiffure." Lady Beatrice, roused from her stupor by the commotion, peered at Mrs. Finch. "Good heavens! Is that truly the smell of burning hair? I do hope it is not contagious. My own wig, while not so grand, is rather important for keeping the chill from my scalp." Professor Quill, meanwhile, had retrieved a small, delicate pair of tongs from her satchel, the same satchel that had contained the wilting plant, and was now attempting to collect a sample of the singed wig for closer examination. "Fascinating," she murmured. "The denaturation of keratin at elevated temperatures. One observes a distinct odor of sulfurized protein. The flammability coefficient is higher than expected for treated horsehair." Lady Minty Featherstone nodded sagely. "Ah, yes. Combustion. But I say, and the other be conduct. Is it in the same modern area? I've done it about this style. Birds avoid it, you know. They prefer a nice, damp nest, though one has heard of pheasants straying too close to a bonfire, with regrettable results." Young Lady Charlotte, rather than being distressed, was giggling. "Oh, Mamma, her hair smoked." "It was like a dragon." "Can I make my hair smoke?" she asked her governess, Miss Albright, who looked on with an expression of profound resignation. The game, however, continued its haphazard course. Lady Clarice, timidly taking her turn, spun the top. It landed on a segment depicting a wilting flower. The card read, "The Fading Bloom. You must confess a secret desire, no matter how trivial, and then in penance remain utterly silent for the duration of the next 3 turns, perfectly still, as if a forgotten statue." Lady Clarice, blushing furiously, whispered, I wish to possess a thimble made entirely of moonstone." She then froze, her eyes wide, attempting to embody a forgotten statue, which mostly resembled a terrified rabbit. Madame Evangeline Dubois, seeing Mrs. Finch's humiliation and Lady Clarice's terrified stillness, decided it was her moment. She spun the top with a dramatic flourish. It landed on a segment showing a grinning jester. The card. "The Jester's Revel. You must mimic the most awkward social faux pas you have ever witnessed, and then for 5 minutes sing every statement, no matter how mundane, in a mournful operatic aria." Madame Dubois, with a delighted gasp, launched into a truly astounding, exaggerated pantomime of a duke, mistaking a particularly large potted plant for a minor dignitary at a ball, replete with bowing and hand-kissing the leaves. She then began to sing, "Oh, cook has oversalted the soup. Oh, woe is me. And Clarissa, my dear, fetch me the smelling salts, for my nerves are quite shattered," her rasping voice echoing through the drawing-room, causing Fifi to whine mournfully from her lap. The game of the serpent's coil and the oracle's jest continued its slow, painful unraveling. Countess Eleanor found herself tasked with describing the precise anatomical differences between a common housefly and a parasitic wasp while standing on one leg. Professor Quill, when her turn came, had to explain the principles of thermodynamics using only interpretive dance, which involved much flailing and the accidental knocking over of a priceless Ming vase, mercifully empty. Lady Minty Featherstone was asked to recount a tale of profound ornithological wisdom, which devolved into a lengthy, detailed description of pigeon mating rituals, much to the discomfort of the more prim guests. Lady Charlotte, bless her enthusiastic heart, simply found every riddle utterly baffling and every jest an opportunity for unbridled, if poorly executed, mimicry often resulting in her tumbling over cushions. Bruised egos were plentiful. Mrs. Finch's dignity was not merely bruised, but utterly shattered, along with her wig. Countess Eleanor, while outwardly amused, was clearly annoyed by the intellectual triviality and the clumsy physical demands. Lady Beatrice simply looked more profoundly exhausted than ever, occasionally muttering, "Is it over yet? One truly aches for slumber." Lady Clarice remained a terrified statue, barely daring to breathe. Duchess Agatha, observing the chaos she had unwittingly unleashed, felt a strange mix of emotions. There was a faint pang of guilt for Mrs. Finch's singed wig, and a fleeting concern for the Ming vase. She'd have to apologize to the Duke. But predominantly, there was a quiet, exhilarating satisfaction. The boredom was gone. Utterly, gloriously gone. In its place, a vibrant, if messy, tapestry of human interaction had unfurled. The evening was not going as planned. If indeed there had ever been a plan beyond not being bored, but it was undeniably an evening unlike any other. The parlor games, far from being a gentle diversion, had proven to be a catalyst, further destabilizing the delicate balance of aristocratic decorum. And the night, as Agatha well knew, was still very, very young. Chapter 9. The Scholar's Drunken Lecture. The drawing room, already a testament to the Duchess's peculiar vision of informal grandeur, now bore the additional scars of the ill-fated parlor games. The faint, acrid smell of singed hair still clung to the air, a persistent reminder of Mrs. Finch's recent dramatic misfortune. Mrs. Finch herself sat stiffly on a particularly unyielding divan. Her remaining hair, the non-singed portion, pulled back so severely that her temples appeared stretched, giving her the perpetual expression of one who had just bitten into a very sour lemon. Lady Beatrice had, with a heroic sigh, managed to achieve a state of semi-consciousness on her velvet cushions, her maid Mildred fanning her gently with a large feathered fan. Countess Eleanor, however, remained remarkably alert, her eyes still gleaming with a detached, almost scientific amusement, as if she were compiling mental notes for a treatise on human folly. Young Lady Charlotte, having abandoned Robinson Crusoe for the moment, was attempting to instruct her governess, Miss Albright, on how to mimic a startled pheasant, much to Miss Albright's quiet despair. Madame Evangeline Dubois, having concluded her operatic rendition of the Duke's social faux pas, was now delicately dabbing Fifi's tiny eyes with a perfumed handkerchief, as if the very air itself had become too vulgar for her precious companion. Professor Quill, seemingly oblivious to the general societal wreckage, was still attempting to reassemble the Ming vase fragments, occasionally muttering about the tensile strength of porcelain. Lady Minty Featherstone, in her quiet corner, was whispering to Peregrine, her taxidermied robin, about the unfortunate consequences of pride in feathered creatures. Duchess Agatha, for her part, felt a surprising lightness in her chest. The evening, though certainly not what any sane person would describe as a success in the conventional sense, had proven to be an unmitigated triumph against the forces of boredom. It was loud, it was chaotic, it was occasionally embarrassing, but it was, Above all, not boring. This was the raw, unpolished gem of human interaction she had unknowingly craved, far more stimulating than any perfectly choreographed ball or meticulously planned luncheon. It was into this already delicate ecosystem of simmering tension and peculiar amusement that Dr. Alistair Finchley made his unceremonious re-entry. Dr. Finchley, a distant cousin of the Duke, and a renowned, if notoriously eccentric, historian, had been invited by Agatha primarily to add a veneer of intellectual gravitas to her singular diversion. He had, regrettably, taken the sherry Mr. Hemlock had provided during dinner, and perhaps several supplementary glasses from a discreet decanter he had found on a side table during the parlor games, with an enthusiasm that far outstripped his capacity for moderate consumption. He had, until now, been largely sequestered in a corner, muttering to himself and making copious, if illegible, notes in a leather-bound journal. But now, fortified by a truly impressive quantity of fortified wine, he seemed to sense an audience. He rose from his armchair with a sudden lurching movement, almost toppling a fragile pot of fern that Professor Quill had placed on a nearby pedestal. His spectacles, perched precariously on the very tip of his nose, were askew, and his usually neatly combed hair now resembled a startled owl. He swayed slightly, his arms sweeping wide in a grand, if slightly off-kilter gesture. "Ladies," he boomed, his voice, usually reedy and academic, now possessing an unexpected, booming quality that startled Fifi into a yelp and caused Lady Beatrice to emit a particularly plaintive groan. "Ladies, and indeed, all sentient beings present." He paused, blinking slowly, his gaze unfocused, sweeping across the bewildered faces before him. "We gather here tonight, in the hallowed halls of Hollershire, ostensibly for nocturnal companionship." He pronounced the words with a dramatic, slurred flourish, as if they were a particularly rare and potent incantation. "But I posit, dear friends, that we are missing a crucial historical context, a deeper understanding of the very nature of nocturnal existence, and specifically, the somnolent habits of our spiritual forebears." Mrs. Finch gasped, her singed wig, or what remained of it, seeming to bristle with indignation. "Dr. Finchley," she hissed, her voice a sharp whisper. "One is hardly accustomed to such unbridled pronouncements." And at such an hour, Dr. Finchley, however, was in full oratorical flight, entirely oblivious to her protestations. "Ah, yes, Mrs. Finch. Unbridled. Precisely. For the medieval monastic, sleep was not a luxury, not a leisure. It was a discipline, a battle against the insidious temptations of the flesh." He swayed again, gesturing emphatically with a teacup he had inexplicably acquired. "Consider, if you will, the Benedictine rule, Chapter 22. On the sleeping arrangements of the monks. No soft mattresses, no silken sheets. Oh no, straw. Straw and a simple wooden bolster. And the cowls. The cowls, I tell you, never remove. For privacy and for modesty. Can you imagine, ladies, a life lived in perpetual, communal, uncomfortably scratchy slumber? Countess Eleanor took a slow, deliberate sip of her tea, her eyes twinkling. "Indeed, Doctor, one can almost feel the chafing from here. A rather grim prospect for a sleepover, I should think." Dr. Finchley turned his unfocused gaze towards her, a delighted, if slightly manic smile stretching his lips. "Countess!" A woman of true understanding. For the monk, sleep was not oblivion. It was a continuum, a series of broken slumbers, interrupted by the divine office, the matins, the lauds, rising in the chill, dark hours, often before cockcrow, to chant psalms. Think of the profound disruption to the circadian rhythm, the constant battle against the primordial urge for uninterrupted repose. It was in essence a perpetual state of jet lag, only without the benefit of travel. Lady Beatrice, who had been on the verge of drifting off, stirred uneasily. Jet lag, you say? Good heavens! One suffers quite enough from a mere carriage ride to town. Precisely, Your Grace. Dr. Finchley beamed, nearly spilling his tea. The early monastic preferred the biphasic sleep cycle, a short rest in the evening, then a nocturnal vigil, followed by another short rest. It was not merely sleep, it was a spiritual weapon, a mortification of the flesh. One recalls the accounts of Brother Thaddeus, who, in his zeal, would tie a rope around his privates and connect it to the chapel bell so that any unholy nocturnal emission would trigger a public peal and a subsequent penance. A rather extreme method, one might argue, of maintaining decorum. Mrs. Finch let out a strangled cough, her face now a deeper shade of crimson. Dr. Finchley, soup? Such explicit details are entirely inappropriate for a gathering of ladies. One must maintain some semblance of propriety. Propriety, Mrs. Finch? Dr. Finchley slurred, waving his hand dismissively. Propriety is a modern invention, a flimsy veil woven by the Victorians to mask the glorious, unvarnished truths of human existence. The medieval monk understood that the body was merely a vessel, a temporary, often uncooperative dwelling for the immortal soul, and the bed, oh, the monastic bed, a simple board, often with a single coarse blanket. One account speaks of Brother Oswald, who, in an attempt to thwart the sinful pleasure of warmth, slept naked on a bed of nettles. Nettles, I tell you, for spiritual edification. Can you imagine the itch, the exquisite torment? A truly dedicated individual, Professor Quill, who had, with great effort, managed to reassemble a significant portion of the Ming vase, albeit with a noticeable tilt, looked up, her eyes wide. Nettles? Fascinating. One wonders about the specific urticating compounds and their long-term dermatological effects, and the impact on sleep quality, of course. A truly rigorous experiment. Indeed, Professor, Dr. Finchley exclaimed, almost stumbling towards her. A rigorous experiment in self-flagellation and the communal sleeping. No individual cells for most. A large dormitory, a common dormitory, where the snores of one's brethren became the soundtrack to one's spiritual journey. The dormitorium, as they called it. Latin, you see, for sleeping place. But oh, what a sleeping place. Imagine the olfactory challenges, the collective breath of unwashed bodies, the occasional monastic flatulence echoing through the vaulted ceilings. A true test of communal harmony. Lady Minty Featherstone, however, leaned forward, her eyes bright with sudden interest. Communal sleeping, you say? Like a rookery. Rooks, you see, roost together in large colonies, and they are quite particular about their cleanliness, despite popular opinion. Though one does hear of disputes over prime perching spots. Perhaps the monks had a similar pecking order for their sleeping arrangements, eh, Peregrine? She gently stroked her taxidermied robin, which seemed to nod sagely. Madame Evangeline Dubois, however, seemed to have found a new dramatic inspiration. She began to hum a low, mournful dirge, occasionally breaking into a high-pitched operatic wail, mimicking the supposed snores and flatulence of the medieval monks, much to the increasing discomfort of Mrs. Finch. Fifi, cradled in her arms, now seemed to be whimpering in actual distress. And the dreams, Dr. Finchley continued, his voice now a little hoarse, but no less impassioned. The monastic understood the demonic influence of dreams, the incubus and succubus, lurking in the shadows of the slumbering mind, tempting the pure of heart with visions of earthly delights. One famous account speaks of a monk, Brother Gregory, who was so tormented by a recurring dream of a particularly succulent roast chicken that he fasted for 40 days in penance. 40 days. For a chicken. Such was the fear of spiritual contamination through the unconscious. He swayed violently, and Mr. Hemlock, who had been attempting to subtly remove the sherry decanter from a nearby table, stepped forward instinctively. Bracing himself, Dr. Finchley, Mr. Hemlock said, his voice unusually strained, "Perhaps a glass of water, sir? Or a calming herbal tea? Water. Tea." Dr. Finchley scoffed, a wild light in his eye. "Nonsense, Hemlock. We are discussing the very fabric of medieval consciousness, the profound discipline of wakefulness, the constant vigilance against sloth and sensuality. They even had a special sleep monitor, a designated monk whose sole purpose was to patrol the dormitorium, carrying a stick, ready to rap any brother who succumbed to excessive slumber. A truly effective deterrent against laziness. Imagine it. A night spent in the constant fear of a sudden rap upon the cranium. Far more stimulating than a mere warm bed." He gesticulated, narrowly missing Mrs. Finch's head with his teacup. Mrs. Finch, who had been turning an increasingly alarming shade of purple, finally burst forth. "This is intolerable. A drunken, rambling dissertation on monastic flatulence and cranium rapping. In my entire life, I have never witnessed such an egregious display of impropriety. And to discuss the dreams of monks, filled with poultry. It is beyond all decency." Countess Eleanor, however, merely leaned back, her smile widening. "One must concede, Mrs. Finch, that the doctor's historical insights, though perhaps rather vigorously delivered, do offer a refreshing contrast to the usual insipid discussions of crop rotation and parliamentary reform. And the thought of a sleep monitor with a stick. Rather practical, one might argue, for maintaining decorum in a communal setting." Young Lady Charlotte, whose initial amusement had given way to genuine confusion, now raised her hand. "Excuse me, Dr. Finchley, but if the monks tied ropes to bells and slept on nettles and dreamed of chicken, did they ever get to have sweet dreams? Like about butterflies?" Dr. Finchley blinked, his unfocused gaze settling upon her. "Butterflies, young lady?" he slurred, frowning deeply. "A fascinating query. The symbolism of the butterfly in medieval iconography is complex, often associated with the soul's resurrection. But for sleep, one rather doubts it. Too ephemeral, too light. The monastic mind sought not fleeting joy, but spiritual rigor, a constant reminder of the transient nature of earthly comforts. They would have scorned such effeminate notions of comfort. Perhaps a vision of a particularly stern saint, or a very bony relic. Those were the dreams that truly invigorated the monastic spirit. He then took a final dramatic gulp from his teacup, which, unbeknownst to him, was now entirely empty. He swayed for a moment longer, attempting another grand gesture, but his knees seemed to betray him. With a surprisingly quiet thud, he sank back into his armchair, his head lolling to one side, his breathing quickly deepening into a series of rhythmic snores that sounded remarkably like a distant, contented badger. The teacup, still clutched in his hand, tilted, allowing a single, final, precious drop of sherry to roll down its side and stain the Duchess's antique rug. A profound, if temporary, silence fell over the drawing-room. The collective breath held by the Duchess's guests seemed to be released in a slow, communal exhale. Mrs. Finch stared at the now snoring historian, her mouth slightly agape, her face a peculiar blend of horror and utter disbelief. Lady Beatrice let out a soft, almost triumphant sigh, finally achieving the profound repose she had so desperately sought. Countess Eleanor merely raised an eyebrow, a silent acknowledgment of the new, profoundly absurd turn the evening had taken. Professor Quill, having successfully, if crookedly, reassembled the Ming vase, now peered at the sleeping Dr. Finchley with scientific interest, perhaps contemplating the effects of alcohol on the human somnolent state. Lady Minty Featherstone whispered to Peregrine, "He has found his nest, dear boy. A rather noisy one, but a nest nonetheless." Madame Dubois, having ceased her operatic lament, now merely watched, a look of profound, dramatic satisfaction on her face, as if the scholar's collapse was the perfect culmination of a particularly compelling second act. Lady Charlotte, however, seemed to have found the entire display deeply unsatisfying. "He didn't answer about the butterflies," she muttered, picking up Robinson Crusoe once more. Duchess Agatha, observing the peaceful, if rather undignified, slumber of Dr. Alistair Finchley, felt a burst of genuine, unbridled laughter bubble up within her. It was a soft sound, almost inaudible amidst the lingering tension and the badger-like snores, but it was there. This was it. This was the glorious, unpredictable chaos she had yearned for. The boredom was not merely vanquished, it had been routed, replaced by an ongoing, unfolding farce that was proving to be more entertaining than any carefully orchestrated societal event. The scholar's drunken lecture, far from being a mere interlude, had cemented the evening's descent into delightful disarray, and as the night wore on, promising only further revelations and unexpected turns, Agatha found herself looking forward to every unpredictable moment. Chapter 10. The Midnight Duel Over a Pillow. The drawing-room of Hollowshire House, having endured the indignities of baffling parlor games and the scholarly onslaught of a sherry-addled historian, now settled into a peculiar, almost liquid state of disquiet. The air, thick with the faint lingering scent of singed horsehair and the musky aroma of aged sherry, seemed to hum with an exhausted tension. Dr. Alistair Finchley remained slumped in his armchair, emitting a series of snores that ranged from a gentle wheeze to a startling, foghorn-like blast, a rhythmic punctuation mark to the evening's unfolding absurdity. Mrs. Agnes Finch, her remaining hair pulled taut as a bowstring, sat like a rigid monument to offended propriety, occasionally reaching up to gingerly prod the crisp, brittle remains of her coiffure, a gesture of profound, self-pitying indignation. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, had finally achieved a state of profound, almost coma-like repose on her velvet divan, her maid Mildred still gently fanning her, as if warding off spectral disturbances. Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, meanwhile, had found a precarious perch on a tall, uncomfortable stool, her sharp eyes missing nothing, a faint sardonic smile playing on her lips as she observed the aftermath. Young Lady Charlotte, surprisingly resilient, had curled up on a pile of mismatched cushions, lost once more in the adventures of Robinson Crusoe, occasionally whispering a passage aloud to her perpetual weary governess. Miss Albright, Madame Evangeline Dubois, having ceased her operatic lamentations, now sat clutching Fifi, her Pekinese, to her ample bosom, her eyes gleaming with a restless, dramatic light, clearly seeking the next act. Professor Theodora Quill, in a remarkable feat of concentration, was still attempting to meticulously reassemble the fragments of the Ming vase, occasionally muttering about the adhesive properties of ancient porcelain. And Lady Minty Featherstone, in her quiet corner, was gently chastising Peregrine, her taxidermied robin, for its perceived lack of appreciation for Dr. Finchley's lecture on monastic dormitories. Duchess Agatha, for her part, felt a surprising lightness in her chest. The earlier anxiety, the dread of returning to the suffocating embrace of boredom, had evaporated completely, replaced by a novel and exhilarating sensation. This was chaos, certainly, but it was sheer chaos, born of her own desperate longing for disruption. It was unpredictable, often uncomfortable, and entirely, gloriously entertaining. The thought of sleep, a notion that had once been her only refuge from the relentless monotony, now seemed utterly unappealing. There was too much to observe, too much to absorb, too much glorious strangeness unfolding before her very eyes. The night was still young, and the atmosphere, thick with unspoken grievances and restless energy, felt ripe for further, perhaps even grander, absurdities. She sipped her lukewarm tea, a faint smile playing on her lips, anticipating the next tremor. The object that sparked the evening's next, and arguably most spectacular, conflagration was ironically designed for comfort. Among the haphazard collection of cushions that Mrs. Gable had so dutifully, if ineffectually, arranged in the drawing-room, there was one cushion that stood apart. It was larger, plumper, and covered in a remarkably soft, almost luminous, ivory silk. It was, in short, the undisputed monarch of all cushions, the sort of pillow designed for the dreams of angels, or more likely extremely wealthy duchesses. It had, until this point, been partially obscured by a particularly cumbersome tapestry depicting a rather portly cherub wrestling a startled swan. Madame Evangeline Dubois, restless and seeking a new focal point for her dramatic energies, rose from her divan, Fifi cradled in her arm. Her eyes, accustomed to seeking out the finest theatrical props, immediately alighted upon the pristine ivory pillow. Its plumpness, its silken sheen, its undeniable air of luxurious repose beckoned to her. She glided towards it, her crimson gown rustling like a gathering storm. With a languid, practiced sweep of her arm, she pushed aside the tapestry, revealing the pillow in its full, inviting glory. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her voice a theatrical whisper that still managed to carry through the room. "What perfection, what sublime comfort! This, dear Fifi," she murmured, pressing the Pekingese against the pillow, "is what true artistic repose requires. A cushion worthy of a prima donna's slumber." She then reached down, her fingers already flexing to claim it, imagining herself draped across a divan, the pillow supporting her head as she drifted into melodious dreams. However, Mrs. Agnes Finch, whose senses, despite the trauma of her singed wig, remained acutely attuned to matters of social precedence and material appropriation, had also spotted the pillow. From her unyielding divan, she had watched Madame Dubois's languid approach with mounting suspicion. To Mrs. Finch, the world was a zero-sum game of possessions and perceived rights. The finest pillow, naturally, belonged to the most deserving guest, and in her internal ranking, that was unequivocally herself. "Madame Dubois!" Mrs. Finch's voice cut through the air like a precisely aimed hatpin. "One observes your rather forwarded approach to that particular article. It is, I believe, the sole cushion of true quality in this rather haphazard collection, and as such it should quite naturally be offered to the guest of the highest standing, or at the very least, to one whose personal comfort has already been significantly compromised by the evening's regrettable events." She cast a pointed, accusing glance towards her still smoking, in spirit if not in fact, wig. Madame Dubois paused, her hand hovering just above the pillow, her eyes narrowing. "Compromised comfort, Mrs. Finch? One hardly thinks a minor singe to one's rather enthusiastic coiffure merits claiming the finest pillow in the house. One has endured far greater compromises. The lack of proper illumination for my complexion, for instance, or the sheer intellectual vapidity of the card games. This pillow, madam, calls to me. It sings a lullaby of unparalleled softness. It is destined for a soul of artistic sensibility, not a mere purveyor of social strictures." She then reached for the pillow, her fingers closing around a corner of the silken fabric. Mrs. Finch, however, was quicker. With a surprisingly agile movement for a woman of her stiff demeanor, she leaned forward and seized the opposite corner. "Destiny, Madame Dubois, is a rather flimsy claim when compared to established precedents. This pillow, by rights, should be offered to the senior-most Duchess, or if not, then surely to a lady whose dignity has been so publicly assailed. One cannot simply seize an item of comfort as if it were a common handkerchief. It is an outrage, a tug of war, both literal and symbolic, began. The silken pillow stretched taut between the two women, a soft, yielding battleground for their clashing personalities. Fifi, still in Madame Dubois' arm, let out a series of frantic, high-pitched yaps, clearly distressed by the sudden strain. Countess Eleanor, observing from her stool, let out a low, dry chuckle. Ah, the true nature of nocturnal companionship reveals itself. The primal struggle for comfort. One almost expects a territorial display. Professor Quill, looking up from her fragmented vase, adjusted her spectacles. Indeed, a fascinating example of resource competition within a closed social group. One observes the classic contest behavior, rather than mere scramble. The pillow, in this context, serves as a high-value resource. Resource? Mrs. Finch shrieked, her voice rising in pitch. This is not a resource, Professor. This is a pillow. And it is Minai. She tugged with renewed vigor. Madame Dubois, equally determined, pulled back, her eyes flashing. Yours, madam. You, who would subject a lady to mimic a chicken? This pillow belongs to inspiration, to the solace of the artistic soul. It is a muse, not a mere chattel. The pillow, caught in the escalating tension, began to emit a soft, feathery hiss as its downy contents shifted under pressure. This is utterly unacceptable, Mrs. Finch declared, abandoning the tug-of-war to point a trembling finger at Madame Dubois. Your unseemly greed, madam, is a blight upon this household. I challenge you to resolve this matter with honor, Madame Dubois. Never one to refuse a dramatic invitation, gasped, her eyes wide with theatrical delight. A challenge? Oh, bliss, a duel! At last, some proper drama. She dropped Fifi onto a pile of less desirable cushions. The picking gaze, letting out a mournful whine as it sank into their lesser softness. But with what weapons, pray tell, madam? For I confess I neglected to pack my dueling pistols. Mrs. Finch, her eyes darting around the room, spotted the collection of fireplace implements near the hearth. Her gaze fell upon the long, heavy brass pokers, glinting dully in the dim light. These, she declared, pointing with a hand that still trembled slightly. They are heavy. They are substantial. They possess a certain historical gravitas. Mr. Hemlock, who had been quietly collecting stray teacups, froze, his jaw slack. Fireplace pokers? The very tools used to prod and stir coals. Transformed into instruments of noble combat? This was beyond even his extensive experience in domestic emergencies. Duchess Agatha, from her armchair, watched, utterly fascinated. A duel? Over a pillow? With fireplace pokers? It was a spectacle beyond her wildest, boredom-fueled dreams. She felt a surge of unholy delight, mixed with a faint, almost scholarly, concern for the structural integrity of her drawing-room. Madame Dubois, after a moment's consideration, dramatically clasped her hands together. Oh, the poetry of it! To duel with the very instruments of domestic warmth. It is a metaphor, madam, for the burning passion within our souls. Very well. I accept your challenge. Meet me in the center of the chamber, at the stroke of when precisely, madam? Does one duel over a pillow? Mrs. Finch, ignoring the theatricality, marched stiffly to the fireplace, her back ramrod straight. With a grunt of effort, she wrestled one of the heavy brass pokers from its stand. Its cold, solid weight felt surprisingly comforting in her hand. Here, now, this very instant, before the spirit of decency entirely departs this house, Madame Dubois, not to be outdone, retrieved the other poker. She held it aloft, examining its length with the practiced eye of an opera singer assessing a stage prop. A rather rustic weapon, to be sure. but one shall imbue it with all the dramatic flair it deserves. She took a theatrical stance, her gown rustling, her eyes fixed on Mrs. Finch with mock intensity. Lady Clarice, still attempting to embody a forgotten statue, let out a small, terrified squeak. Lady Beatrice, from her cushions, merely emitted a soft, almost imperceptible groan, as if even the idea of physical exertion was too much to bear. Young Lady Charlotte, however, had jumped up, her eyes wide with excitement. "Oh, a duel, with pokers, like knights, but for a pillow. This is much better than Robinson Crusoe." She bounced on her heels, eagerly anticipating the clash. Miss Albright, her governess, looked as if she might faint. Professor Krill, adjusting her spectacles, began to make notes in her satchel-bound journal. Observe the selection of tools. Their length and weight suggest a reaching rather than a striking posture. One predicts a series of lunges and parries, with a low probability of direct impact, given the lack of formal training. Lady Minty Featherstone whispered to Peregrine, "Birds of prey, you see, duel over nesting sites, often with their beaks and talons, far more efficient if less dramatic than these metal sticks." Peregrine seemed to nod in agreement. Mr. Hemlock, after a moment of stunned paralysis, finally moved, attempting to intercept the combatants. "Ladies, your graces, this is quite unprecedented. One cannot possibly duel with the household implements. It is a violation of standard operating procedures." He was ignored. Mrs. Finch, gripping her poker with both hands, lunged forward with a stiff, almost robotic movement, aiming for the pillow that still lay between them on the floor. Madame Dubois, with a dramatic flourish, parried her attempt, swinging her poker in a wide, theatrical arc that was more about creating a dramatic whooshing sound than actually hitting anything. Clang! The pokers met with a startling crash, a sound that echoed through the quiet house. Sparks, small and fleeting, flew from the impact, briefly illuminating the startled faces of the spectators. Fifi, hearing the noise, let out another series of frantic yaps. Mrs. Finch, fueled by indignation, swung again, a stiff, ungraceful lunge that barely missed Madame Dubois's crimson gown. Madame Dubois, with a surprising agility for a woman of her build, twirled, her poker sweeping wide, narrowly missing Mrs. Finch's shoulder, and instead striking a nearby potted palm, causing a cascade of dried leaves and soil to rain down onto the polished floor. "Ha!" Madame Dubois cried, as if her near miss was a strategic triumph. "You wield your weapon with the grace of a lumberjack, madam, whereas I move with the fluidity of the very wind." She then launched into a series of dramatic feints, her poker waving in the air like a conductor's baton, creating a series of theatrical whooshes and thuds as it occasionally struck an errant piece of furniture. Mrs. Finch, however, was less concerned with grace and more with victory. She adopted a surprisingly practical, if still awkward, stance, jabbing her poker forward like a fencing foil, aiming for the pillow, or perhaps for Madame Dubois' instep. Clang! Toot! Whoosh! The sounds of the duel filled the drawing room. It was less a duel, and more a comically inept ballet of bluster and clumsiness. Neither woman seemed capable of actually hitting the other, or even, for that matter, of hitting the pillow with any precision. Mrs. Finch's movements were stiff and indignant. Madame Dubois' were exaggerated and theatrical. The fireplace pokers, never designed for such belligerent purposes, clanged awkwardly, their heavy heads sometimes catching on the thick Persian rug, sending both women lurching. Professor Quill, ever the detached observer, leaned forward. The physics of the impact are intriguing. Minimal kinetic energy transfer due to poor leverage. One notes a consistent lack of follow-through. The psychological component, however, appears to be significant, driven by perceived territorial rights. Lady Charlotte, eyes gleaming, was now bouncing up and down, offering breathless commentary. Oh, she almost got her. No, she missed. Like a dance. A very clumsy dance. Lady Beatrice, however, finally found her voice. A strained, thin whisper from her semi-conscious state. Good heavens! The noise. One cannot possibly meditate with such a racket. It quite undoes all the peace. Suddenly, with a particularly forceful lunge, Mrs. Finch's poker slipped from her grasp, propelled forward by her own momentum. It flew across the room, past the startled face of Mr. Hemlock, and landed with a soft, yet undeniable, thwomp directly onto the stomach of the peacefully snoring Dr. Finchley. Dr. Finchley, jolted from his sherry-induced slumber, let out a truly magnificent, guttural roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of Hollisher House. He sat bolt upright, his eyes wide and unfocused, then stared down at the heavy brass poker lying innocently on his midriff. "The sleep monitor," he bellowed, his voice thick with terror and lingering sherry. "He has come for me. For my illicit dreams of roast fowl." He then promptly collapsed back into his armchair, his snores returning, though now punctuated by an occasional startled whimper. A stunned silence fell. Madame Dubois, caught mid-flourish, froze, her poker held aloft. Mrs. Finch, disarmed, stared at the errant poker with an expression of profound dismay. Duchess Agatha, witnessing this utterly absurd climax, could no longer contain herself. A bubble of pure, unadulterated laughter escaped her lips, soft at first, then growing until her shoulders began to shake. It was not a polite chuckle, nor a demure titter, but a genuine, unrestrained peal of mirth, the sound utterly foreign to the quiet halls of Hollisher House. It was the sound of true, joyful liberation. Mrs. Finch, hearing this unexpected laughter, turned slowly, her face contorted in a mask of affronted dignity. "Your Grace, you find this amusing? My dignity ruined, my wig singed, and now a common brawl with fireplace implements. This is not a social gathering, Duchess. It is a farce. Complete and utter disaster." Agatha, wiping a tear of mirth from her eye, managed to compose herself slightly. "Indeed, Mrs. Finch," she said, her voice still trembling with suppressed amusement. "It is, by all conventional standards, a complete and utter disaster." But she looked around the chaotic room, at the sleeping historian, the frantic Pekingese, the shattered Mingveis, the territorial Lady Minty, the perpetually weary Duchess, the scholarly Countess, and the giggling Lady Charlotte. Is it not, for all its disarray, rather stimulating? Far more so, one might argue, than the usual evening of polite whispers and predictable pronouncements. Madame Dubois, recovering her composure, dramatically placed her poker back by the fireplace. "Stimulating, Your Grace. Glorious. A truly operatic event. I feel quite invigorated. Perhaps I shall compose a new aria, the battle for the downy throne." The pillow, the cause of all this commotion, still lay innocently on the floor, momentarily forgotten. Mr. Hemlock, seeing his chance, swooped in, picking it up as if it were a rare and dangerous artifact. He quickly tucked it under his arm, his face still a mask of profound professional suffering, and retreated to a safe distance, away from any potential future duels. The sound of Dr. Finchley's renewed, if slightly more troubled, snores filled the room. The midnight duel, absurd and inconclusive, had nevertheless served its purpose. It had shattered any lingering illusion of decorum, elevating the evening from mere eccentricity to outright hilarious chaos. The Duchess, for the first time in memory, felt truly, gloriously alive. The disaster, it seemed, was only just beginning its most spectacular acts, and the long watches of the night stretched out before them, promising only more unpredictable, utterly unsleepy surprises. Chapter 11. The Great Pastry Heist, the Drawing Room. Still echoing faintly with the clang of fireplace pokers and the resonant snores of Dr. Alistair Finchley, had settled into a strained, almost exhausted quiet. The air, thick with the lingering scent of singed horsehair, now mingled with the cloying sweetness of the Duchess's very small cakes and the faint, almost imperceptible tang of fear emanating from Mrs. Agnes Finch. Mrs. Finch, a woman who now resembled a particularly indignant pigeon, continued to prod the crisp remains of her coiffure, a gesture that eloquently conveyed the depth of her personal and sartorial anguish. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, remained in her profound velvet-bound slumber, occasionally emitting a soft, mournful sigh, as if even her unconscious mind found the evening's events taxing. Her maid, Mildred, however, had long since abandoned the fanning, having succumbed to a quiet, discreet snore of her own, perched precariously on a small footstool beside her mistress. Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, ever the detached observer, leaned back on her uncomfortable stool, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. She had witnessed the absurd duel with an almost scientific interest, noting the lack of technique and the abundance of indignation. Young Lady Charlotte, having lost interest in Robinson Crusoe after the excitement of the duel, was now attempting to teach her governess, Miss Albright, the intricacies of a complex knot she had learned from a stable boy. Much to Miss Albright's bewildered patience, Madame Evangeline Dubois, after her dramatic turn, had settled down, but her eyes, restless and gleaming in the dim light, continued to scan the room, searching for the next opportunity for dramatic engagement. Fifi, her picking gaze, nestled deep in her ample bosom, emitted a soft, contented rumble, seemingly unfazed by the recent martial display. Professor Theodora Quill, having secured the Ming vase, albeit at a rather precarious angle, was now meticulously brushing dust motes from the surrounding air with a small, specialized brush, muttering about particulate matter and atmospheric density. Lady Minty Featherstone, in her corner, was whispering to Peregrine, her taxidermied robin, about the surprising aggressiveness of the female of the species, even in the avian world. Duchess Agatha, from her own informal armchair, felt a profound and utterly novel sense of contentment. The evening was a glorious mess, a vibrant tapestry of human folly and unexpected brilliance. It was everything her gilded, predictable life was not. The missing silverware, the disastrous games, the drunken historian, the pillow duel, each fresh absurdity added another layer of delicious unpredictability to her otherwise placid existence. She felt energized, stimulated, and for the first time in memory, genuinely awake. She surveyed the remains of the nocturnal repast laid out on a side table: the wizened grapes, the forlorn turnip, the tiny, perfectly round shortbread biscuits, and a delicate silver platter upon which rested a dwindling selection of macarons. They were small, exquisitely colored, and utterly perfect: pale rose, soft pistachio, and a vibrant lemon. They were the jewel in the crown of the culinary offering, a beacon of refinement in a sea of domestic chaos. It was these macarons that caught the eye of Madame Evangeline Dubois. After the raw, untamed spectacle of the duel, her artistic soul craved something more delicate, a whisper of refined pleasure. She had endured the coarse reality of human conflict. Now she desired the ethereal sweetness of an almond meringue. Her gaze lingered on the pastel hues, a silent, ravenous longing forming in her mind. She considered simply asking Mr. Hemlock to bring them, but the very act felt too mundane, too devoid of the dramatic flair that had defined her evening thus far. A simple request for a sweet treat lacked panache. It required a touch of clandestine intrigue, a whisper of the forbidden. Her eyes drifted across the room, past the sleeping Duke, past the dazed Mrs. Finch, past the engrossed Professor Quill, until they settled on Thomas, the young footman who had so recently quivered under Mr. Hemlock's stern gaze concerning the missing silverware. Thomas, still visibly shaken from the recent duel, was attempting to relight a sputtering candle in a dim corner, his movements clumsy and hesitant. He seemed the ideal candidate for a subtle, unspoken mission. Madame Dubois rose. Fifi still nestled in her arms and glided towards Thomas, her crimson gown rustling like a conspiratorial sigh. Her voice, usually booming, softened to a stage whisper that nevertheless managed to cut through Dr. Finchley's snores. "Thomas, my dear boy," she began, her tone a delicate blend of imperious command and theatrical tenderness. "One finds oneself quite parched after such a vigorous display of human passion. My soul cries out for a whisper of sweetness, a fleeting touch of delicate perfection to soothe these artistically overstimulated nerves. The macarons, Thomas Deji, they beckon, like tiny, silken dreams. One finds that their presence is essential for the continued well-being of a fragile temperament such as mine." She batted her heavily made-up eyelashes, a silent plea that was more a demand. Thomas, startled by her sudden, close presence and the unusual request, merely stammered, "Ma macaron, madame? For immediate consumption?" Mr. Hemlock," Madame Dubois interrupted. A dismissive wave of her hand, "is concerned with the prosaic. We, Thomas, are concerned with the ye poetic. Consider it a special commission, a delicate rescue mission for the soul. And discretion, my dear boy, is the very soul of such operations. One would not wish to disturb the delicate balance of the room. Would one?" She winked, a grand theatrical gesture that only further bewildered the young footman. Thomas, already overwhelmed by the evening's events, and utterly unequipped to decipher the nuanced theatricality of a retired opera singer, interpreted her words as a direct, urgent, and covert command. A special commission implying secrecy, a delicate rescue mission for her fragile temperament, suggesting immediate action. He nodded, his face a mask of anxious determination. "Discretion, madame. Understood." He turned to the side table where the macarons resided, his heart pounding. The room was not entirely dark, but the uneven lighting, a result of Mrs. Gable's ambiance's instructions, created deep shadows and pools of dim light, perfect for subtle movements. Thomas decided a disguise was in order, not a literal one, but a cloak of inconspicuousness. He pulled his livery coat tighter around him, hunching his shoulders, and attempting to shrink himself behind a particularly large potted fern. He lowered his head, hoping his face would be obscured, though the effect was more that of a rather large, anxious mushroom than a stealthy operative. His target, the silver platter of macarons, gleaming faintly in a patch of moonlight that pierced through a gap in the heavy drapes. The challenge, retrieving them without alerting Mrs. Finch, whose gaze seemed to possess the uncanny ability to detect even the slightest deviation from proper stillness. Thomas began his clandestine operation. He shuffled slowly, trying to appear as if he were merely tending to a remote corner of the room, perhaps dusting a particularly obscure bust. His movements were exaggeratedly slow, a clumsy ballet of feigned indifference. He edged closer to the table, his eyes darting between the macarons and Mrs. Finch's rigid posture. Mrs. Finch, however, with the unwavering vigilance of a sentinel, had indeed noticed Thomas's peculiar circumambulations. Her eyes, narrowed to suspicious slits, tracked his every furtive shuffle. She couldn't quite articulate what he was doing, but the very manner of his movement screamed impropriety. Her lips thinned, preparing for another righteous indignation. As Thomas finally reached the table, his hand trembling slightly, he realized he had forgotten a vessel. Madame Dubois had said smuggled, implying concealment. His eyes fell upon a pristine white linen napkin, draped over a nearby tea tray. Perfect. He snatched it, almost knocking over a delicate porcelain creamer. The clink of porcelain, though faint, seemed to echo loudly in the tense silence. Dr. Finchley, jolted by the sound, emitted a particularly guttural snore that sounded like a dying walrus, then settled back into his deep slumber. Lady Beatrice, however, merely sighed in her sleep, as if the entire universe were conspiring against her rest. Mrs. Finch, alerted by the clink, snapped her head towards Thomas, her eyes blazing with renewed suspicion. "Mr. Thomas," she hissed, her voice a low, warning growl. "What precisely are you doing lurking in the shadows? Are you attempting to commune with the furniture?" Thomas froze, his hand hovering over the macarons, the pristine napkin clutched like a contraband map. Just adjusting the drapery, Mrs. Finch," he stammered, his voice thin and reedy. He gestured vaguely towards a perfectly straight curtain. Madame Dubois, witnessing the near compromise, suddenly let out a dramatic, exaggerated cough, loud enough to cover Thomas's stammer and draw Mrs. Finch's attention away for a crucial moment. "Oh, my dear, this dreadful chill, one fears a sudden onset of consumption," she rasped, dabbing her eyes with a perfumed handkerchief. Seizing his chance, Thomas swooped. With an almost desperate urgency, he scooped the remaining macarons from the platter, 6 in total, and quickly, if clumsily, bundled them into the linen napkin. The delicate confections, already fragile, groaned under the pressure, a few tiny crumbs flaking off and scattering onto the polished silver. He then clutched the napkin bundle to his chest like a priceless treasure, or perhaps a very volatile bomb. Mrs. Finch, having turned back after Madame Dubois' dramatic cough, caught a glimpse of Thomas, now hurrying away from the table, his shoulders hunched even lower, the napkin clutched suspiciously. Her eyes immediately darted to the macaron platter. It was unmistakably empty. "The macarons!" she shrieked, her voice echoing through the room, cutting through Dr. Finchley's snores and Lady Charlotte's quiet murmurs. "They are gone. All of them. Good heavens! Another disappearance. First the silverware, now the desserts. Is there no end to this depredation?" She rose from her divan, her remaining hair seemingly stiffening with outrage. Her eyes, filled with accusation, immediately fixed upon the retreating figure of Thomas, who, hearing her shriek, bolted from the room with a surprising turn of speed, clutching his precious crumbling cargo. "He ran," Mrs. Finch declared, pointing a trembling finger at the now empty doorway. "The footman. He has stolen the macaron. A common thief in the Duchess's own household. This is an absolute scandal." Beyond the pale, Mr. Hemlock, who had been attempting to soothe Lady Beatrice with a rather strong-smelling salt, nearly dropped the vial. "Stolen? Macarons?" He turned, his face a mask of incredulity and profound despair. This was a new level of domestic anarchy, a betrayal of the highest order. His footmen, once paragons of order, were now apparently common pilferers of pastry. Countess Eleanor, however, merely leaned forward, her smile widening. "Ah, the plot thickens once more. A dessert heist, one must admire the daring, if not the ethical implications. A rather more subtle form of singular diversion, perhaps." Professor Grill, looking up from her reassembled Ming vase, adjusted her spectacles. "Intriguing. The acquisition of calorically dense carbohydrates, likely for energy regulation during a prolonged period of wakefulness. An instinctual response to perceived resource scarcity, perhaps. One notes the efficiency of the bundle and flea method." Lady Minty Featherstone nodded sagely to Peregrine. "Like a squirrel hoarding nuts, you see, for the lean times. Though one does hope he has a suitable dry place to store them. Macarons do not keep well in damp environments." Madame Evangeline Dubois, seeing her secret mission dramatically exposed, merely fanned herself languidly. "Stolen, Mrs. Finch? Or merely liberating?" One might argue that such exquisite confections are wasted on mere display. They demand to be appreciated, to be consumed by a soul capable of truly understanding their delicate artistry. Perhaps the young man was merely acting as an agent of refined taste. She then let out a theatrical sigh, her eyes twinkling. The drama of it all, so utterly exhilarating. Young Lady Charlotte, whose eyes had followed Thomas's hasty exit with keen interest, suddenly clapped her hands. He had them in a napkin, a big white napkin. Did he take them to share? Oh, I do hope he shares. Macarons are my very favorite. Duchess Agatha, observing the fresh wave of accusations and outrage, felt a familiar bubbling of amusement in her chest. The dinner had been a disaster, the games chaotic, the duels absurd, and now a pastry heist. It was all so wonderfully, gloriously, irredeemably improper. The rigid framework of her aristocratic life was not just bending. It was splintering into delightful fragments. The boredom was not merely vanquished. It had been chased from the premises by a stampede of unpredictable events. Indeed, Mrs. Finch, Agatha said, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible tremor of laughter. A rather unexpected development, to be sure. One wonders what culinary adventures our young footman has embarked upon. Perhaps he is merely performing a private scientific experiment on their shelf life. Or, as Madame Dubois suggests, liberating them for a higher purpose. She waved a dismissive hand, as if the disappearance of precious family desserts were a mere trifle. In any event, dear ladies, the evening, it seems, continues to surprise, and one finds oneself quite invigorated by the unpredictability of it all. Mrs. Finch, however, was far from invigorated. She stared at the empty macaron platter, then at the Duchess, then at the doorway through which the thieving footman had fled. Her lips moved silently, forming words like scandal, outrage, and utter ruination. The great pastry heist, brief and absurd as it was, had served to further dismantle the last vestiges of order in Hollowshire House, leaving only delightful pandemonium in its wake. The night was far from over, and Agatha for once was not merely tolerating it. She was relishing every glorious, chaotic moment. Chapter 12. The Duchess regrets everything. The drawing room, already a battlefield of bruised egos, peculiar artifacts, and singed wigs, now bore the additional scars of a full-blown pastry heist. The echoing shriek of Mrs. Agnes Finch, proclaiming the utter ruination of proper society, still reverberated through the grand space, a lingering testament to the dramatic climax of the macaron theft. Thomas, the hapless footman, had long since vanished, presumably to a hidden corner of the servants' quarters to consume his illicit sugary bounty, or perhaps to simply recover from the sheer terror of Mrs. Finch's wrath. Dr. Alistair Finchley continued to snore in his armchair, the recent thud of a fireplace poker on his midriff having merely altered the rhythm of his alcoholic slumber, rather than ending it entirely. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, was now emitting soft, plaintive whimpers in her sleep, as if dreaming of endless social engagements and uncomfortably tight corsets. Her maid, Mildred, was still in a quiet, discreet state of unconsciousness on her footstool. Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, observing the escalating pandemonium, with a mixture of intellectual fascination and growing weariness, had finally removed her spectacles, polishing them slowly with a handkerchief, as if wiping away the absurdities of the evening. Young Lady Charlotte, however, seemed to thrive on the chaos, now attempting to teach Fifi, Madame Evangeline Dubois' Pekingese, a complicated series of leaps and bounds, much to Fifi's indignant yelps and Madame Dubois' dramatic pronouncements about the dog's hidden theatrical talents. Professor Theodora Quill had abandoned the Ming vase, having declared its reassembly statistically improbable without industrial adhesive, and was now meticulously cleaning her tiny scientific instruments, occasionally casting a speculative glance at Dr. Finchley's recumbent form, perhaps contemplating an impromptu physiological study. Lady Minty Featherstone was earnestly explaining to Peregrine, her taxidermied robin, the subtle nuances of avian larceny, using the macaron heist as a prime example. Duchess, Agatha. From her slightly singed armchair, a casualty of Mrs. Finch's wig-igniting gesticulations, felt a profound shift in her own internal landscape. The initial, exhilarating surge of amusement, the giddy satisfaction of seeing boredom routed by glorious chaos, was now curdling into something far less palatable. A cold, creeping tendril of regret began to coil in her stomach, a sensation far more unsettling than any lingering boredom. This was not the singular diversion she had envisioned. It was a runaway carriage thundering towards a cliff, and she, the unwitting driver, had somehow lost the reins. The initial thought, so innocent in its conception, a mere sleepover, a gentle loosening of the reins of decorum, had blossomed into a grotesque, uncontrollable monster. The missing silverware, the absurd parlor games, the drunken historian, the ludicrous duel with fireplace pokers, and now, the outright theft of desserts by a member of her own staff, publicly witnessed by the most scandal-prone women in the county. The very air seemed thick with the pungent aroma of impending social disaster. Her mind, which moments before had reveled in the unpredictable, now frantically sought refuge in the predictable. She yearned for the quiet, muffled hush of her well-ordered life, for the gentle ticking of the grandfather clock, for the reassuring drone of Clarissa reading an impossibly dull historical account. The boredom, that silent, persistent fog, now seemed a comforting blanket compared to the jarring, discordant cacophony of her own making. She looked at Mrs. Finch, still visibly bristling with indignation, and imagined the detailed, scathing account that would surely circulate through every drawing-room in London by morning. The Duke, her placid, account-book-obsessed husband, would be apoplectic. His family's impeccable reputation, a fragile edifice built over centuries of meticulous propriety, was being systematically dismantled, piece by piece, under her very roof, on her very initiative. She needed an escape. Not merely a temporary respite, but a full, profound retreat. The drawing-room, once a symbol of her liberation, now felt like a gilded cage of her own making, trapping her within the escalating pandemonium. Her eyes darted towards the double doors leading to the library, a haven of hushed silence and comforting, leather-bound order. A plan, desperate but clear, began to form in her mind. She needed wine, and solitude, and perhaps a very, very large book to hide behind. With a discreet nod to Mr. Hemlock, who, despite the surrounding chaos, remained a stoic sentinel of duty near the door, Agatha rose from her armchair. Her movements were slow, almost imperceptible. Hoping to avoid drawing any further attention, she slipped past Madame Dubois and her yapping Fifi, circumvented Professor Quill's scientific musings, and tiptoed past the snoring Dr. Finchley, whose head had now slumped onto his chest. As she reached the library doors, she paused, casting one last, horrified glance back at the scene she was leaving. Mrs. Finch was now engaged in a fierce whispered debate with Countess Eleanor about the precise definition of culpability in the context of stolen macarons, while Lady Charlotte was attempting to teach Fifi to play fetch with one of Mrs. Finch's singed hair curlers. It was a tableau of utter, irredeemable chaos. Agatha pushed open the heavy library doors, the familiar scent of old paper, leather, and beeswax, a welcome balm to her frayed nerves. She stepped inside, pulling the doors shut behind her with a soft, decisive click that felt like a bolt drawn against the madness. The silence enveloped her, a deep, profound quiet that vibrated with the stored wisdom of centuries, a stark contrast to the cacophony she had just escaped. The library was a sanctuary, a vast chamber lined floor to ceiling with books, their spines a silent, comforting army of knowledge. A large, ornate globe stood in one corner, its polished surface reflecting the dim moonlight filtering through the tall windows. A crackling fire, a low, comforting murmur of warmth, burned in the hearth, its flames casting dancing shadows across the rows of books. Agatha walked directly to a hidden cabinet built into the oak paneling, a secret compartment known only to herself, and, presumably, the Duke and Mr. Hemlock. Inside, nestled amongst ancient maps and dusty astronomical charts, sat a bottle of her husband's finest port, a deep ruby-red liquid usually reserved for profound contemplation or exceptionally tedious business dealings. It was a wine of immense gravity, of serious purpose. Tonight, she thought, as her fingers closed around the cool glass, its purpose would be entirely her own. She found a comfortable armchair, far removed from the door, a deep leather club chair that seemed to absorb her very anxieties. With a sigh that carried the weight of the entire evening, she uncorked the bottle, the soft pop echoing loudly in the sudden quiet. She didn't bother with a proper wine glass. Merely pouring a generous measure into a tumbler she found on a nearby side table. The liquid glowed in the dim light, promising oblivion or at least a temporary reprieve from the relentless absurdity. She took a long, slow sip. The rich, sweet warmth spread through her, a comforting fire against the cold tendril of regret. How had it come to this? Her simple, whimsical idea, born of such quiet desperation, had spawned a monster. She had wanted to escape boredom, but instead, she had merely traded one form of suffering for another, the dull ache of monotony for the sharp, bewildering pain of pandemonium. She thought of her initial motivations, her yearning for a singular diversion, for an evening unlike any other. Oh, it was certainly unlike any other. It was a social experiment gone spectacularly, irrevocably wrong. She imagined the gossip that would ignite like wildfire across the county, fueled by Mrs. Finch's indignation and Madame Dubois' dramatic flair. The Duke, upon his return, would find his manor in disarray, his silver missing, his reputation tarnished, and his wife, perhaps, irrevocably changed by the experience. She took another sip, a deeper one this time. The faces of her guests, previously distant acquaintances, now flashed before her eyes, each one a testament to the unpredictable nature of humanity. Lady Beatrice, the epitome of exhaustion, now snoring serenely in the midst of chaos. Countess Eleanor, whose sharp intellect reveled in the very absurdity she had helped to create. Mrs. Finch, whose rigid adherence to decorum had made her the perfect, unintentional catalyst for disruption. Young Lady Charlotte, embodying pure, unadulterated, childish delight in the face of escalating disaster. Each of them, pulled from their quiet, ordered lives, had contributed to the tapestry of madness. And she, the Duchess, the instigator, the architect of this beautiful, terrible failure. She had wanted to be less bored, and she was. But the cost was, perhaps, too high. The peace she had once scorned, the quiet predictability, now seemed like an impossibly distant, coveted paradise. She yearned for the gentle nothingness of before, for a life where the greatest crisis was choosing between velvet slippers or embroidered ones. A faint clatter echoed from the drawing-room, followed by what sounded suspiciously like a series of agitated yaps. Fifi, perhaps, or Lady Charlotte, having finally convinced Miss Albright to participate in a particularly vigorous game of blind man's buff with the gilded sconces. Agatha shuddered. The chaos was still out there, lurking, waiting. She drained her glass and poured another, the ruby liquid gleaming darkly in the firelight. The irony was not lost on her. She had invited these women for a sleepover, to stave off boredom, to distract from the quiet, suffocating sameness of her life. Now, surrounded by books that held the collective wisdom of ages, she found herself seeking solace in a bottle of port, desperately wishing for nothing more than the sweet, blessed oblivion of sleep. But sleep, she knew, would not come easily tonight. not with the memory of burning wigs, flying pokers, and stolen macarons dancing in her mind, and certainly not with the faint, unsettling sounds of her singular diversion, still echoing through the grand, now utterly undone, halls of Hollersha House. The Duchess regretted everything, and the night was still very, very long. Chapter 13. The fire incident, very minor, barely worth mentioning. The drawing room of Hollersha House, a grand space now thoroughly disfigured by the evening's proceedings, continued its descent into an elegant, albeit highly inconvenient, pandemonium.x. The air, thick with the conflicting aromas of singed horsehair, stale sherry, and faintly cloying lavender, vibrated with a nervous energy that seemed to emanate from the very furniture. Duchess Agatha, as we know, had retreated into the solemn sanctity of the library, leaving her bewildered staff to contend with the escalating peculiarities of her singular diversion. In her absence, the remaining guests had, if anything, become even more uninhibited in their eccentricities. Dr. Alistair Finchley, the sherry-soaked historian, remained a formidable presence in his armchair, his snores now a consistent, almost rhythmic bellow, punctuated by occasional, startled grunts, as if his dreams were still haunted by monastic discipline. Mrs. Agnes Finch, rigid as a statue carved from pure indignation, continued her silent war against the universe, occasionally reaching up to touch the crisp, delicate fragments of her once magnificent coiffure. Her lips, usually so expressive in their disapproval, were now pressed into a thin, unyielding line, as if holding back a torrent of grievances. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, was now in a state of profound, albeit audible, slumber, her soft whimpers accompanied by the fainter, equally exhausted snores of her maid, Mildred, whose fanning hand had finally fallen slack. Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, ever the keen observer, remained perched on her uncomfortable stool, her sharp eyes taking in every detail. She had produced a small, silver-backed notebook, and was now meticulously sketching what appeared to be a flow chart, charting the various social dysfunctions she had witnessed, occasionally glancing at Mrs. Finch with an unreadable expression. Young Lady Charlotte, meanwhile, had managed to convince Madame Evangeline Dubois to attempt a dramatic recitation of a nursery rhyme, with Fifi, the Pekingese, acting out the various animal parts with surprising, if somewhat yappy, enthusiasm. Professor Theodora Quill, having given up on the Ming vase, had moved on to examining the structural integrity of the fireplace mantelpiece with her magnifying glass, occasionally muttering about the thermal expansion coefficients of various stone types. It was Lady Minty Featherstone, however, who unwittingly set the stage for the next minor catastrophe. She had become convinced that her taxidermied robin, Peregrine, was suffering from a distinct lack of proper illumination to appreciate the subtle beauty of the drawing-room's rather morbid collection of historical artifacts. With a determination that belied her frail appearance, she carefully carried Peregrine across the room, intending to place him closer to one of the flickering candles that Mrs. Gable had so artfully and precariously arranged for ambience. She chose a particularly tall, slender candlestick, its flame dancing merrily, placed on a small, unsteady occasional table, nestled beside a rather venerable tapestry depicting a vaguely pastoral scene. The tapestry, a faded masterpiece of shepherds and frolicking lambs, had seen better centuries, its colors muted by time, its weave delicate. Lady Minty, her vision not what it once was, misjudged her approach. Her elbow, perhaps jostled by a particularly vigorous bark from Fifi, or perhaps simply by the sheer, unbridled energy of the chaotic atmosphere, brushed against the candlestick. With a soft, almost apologetic clink, the candlestick wobbled. The flame, eager for a new, exciting source of fuel, danced wildly. And then, with an almost balletic slowness, the candle toppled. It didn't fall to the floor. Instead, It fell directly onto the lower edge of the pastoral tapestry, where a particularly plump, unsuspecting lamb was depicted munching on a clump of suspiciously green grass. The flame, small but resolute, immediately licked at the ancient threads. A faint, acrid smell, distinct from the lingering, singed horsehair, began to emanate from the corner. It was the smell of old wool, quietly, persistently charring. A thin wisp of smoke, barely visible in the dim, uneven light, began to curl upwards, a silent, almost humble signal of minor disaster. Mr. Hemlock, the butler, was the first to notice. He had been standing near the library doors, ostensibly ensuring that the Duchess remained undisturbed, but in truth listening to the cacophony with a professional ear, detecting the nuances of escalating chaos. The sudden faint smell of burning, so distinct from the myriad other odd odors of the evening, sent a jolt of alarm through his impeccably ordered being. He scanned the room, his eyes pinpointing the source with the precision of a seasoned hunter. The flickering candle, the faint wisps of smoke, the slow, insidious charring of the ancient tapestry, his heart sank. Before he could react, one of the junior footmen, a gangly lad named Peter, who had been attempting to discreetly remove a fallen cushion without disturbing the sleeping Lady Beatrice, also caught the scent. His eyes, wide with youthful terror, fixed on the smoldering lamb. "Mr. Hemlock," Peter whispered, his voice a terrified squeak. "The tapestry, it's quite a light," Mr. Hemlock, with a speed that belied his age and stately demeanor, moved. He snatched a nearby velvet fire screen, a purely decorative item, and with an efficiency born of 1,000 potential household emergencies, pressed it firmly against the smoldering section of the tapestry. The flame, starved of oxygen, reluctantly flickered and died. The smoke, however, remained, a faint, wispy cloud, and the tapestry now bore a distinct, dark, and rather ragged scorch mark where the lamb had previously been grazing. The unfortunate lamb now appeared to have suffered a rather dramatic and fiery demise. Mrs. Gable, the housekeeper, who had been supervising the removal of Dr. Finchley's unexpectedly robust snores by attempting to place a heavier cushion over his mouth, a subtle maneuver which had been met with a surprisingly violent flailing from the historian, hurried over, her face a mask of professional horror. "Good heavens, Mr. Hemlock," she whispered, her voice tight with suppressed panic. "The St. Bartholomew tapestry, is it ruined?" She peered at the scorch mark, her meticulous soul recoiling from the irreversible damage. Mr. Hemlock sighed, a sound of profound weariness that seemed to carry the weight of all the world's sorrows. "Not entirely, Mrs. Gable. A mere scorch, a minor incident. Barely worth mentioning, in truth." His voice was flat, betraying the sheer agony he felt at the casual destruction of centuries of family heritage. "However, the question remains, do we inform Her Grace?" A profound silence descended upon the staff members clustered in the dimly lit corner. Peter, the footman, looked from Mr. Hemlock to Mrs. Gable, his eyes wide with anxious anticipation. The Duchess, currently ensconced in the library with her port, had sought refuge from the very chaos that now threatened to consume the manor. To disturb her with another incident, however minor, seemed almost cruel. Mrs. Gable wrung her hands. "Inform her? Mr. Hemlock, after the business with the silverware and the duel with the pokers and the doctor's rather robust commentary, and Mrs. Finch's condition, I dare say to inform Her Grace of a mere scorched lamb might prove to be the final straw." She seemed quite agitated when she retired to the library. "One fears a complete collapse of temperament." "Indeed," Mr. Hemlock agreed, his gaze drifting towards the library doors. He could almost feel the weight of the Duke's inevitable, silent disapproval, should this latest misfortune come to light. Her Grace expressly wished for a singular diversion. She did not, I believe, specify that it should include fire-related incidents of any magnitude, even minor ones. "And the Duke," Mrs. Gable continued, her voice lowering further. "He is particularly fond of the St. Bartholomew tapestry." He often remarked on the innocence of that lamb. He would consider its fiery demise, however partial, to be a personal affront. A new voice, thin and reedy, entered the discussion. It was Clarissa, the Duchess's personal maid, who had been attempting to tidy a pile of abandoned cushions near the far wall. She had overheard the hushed conversation. "No, Mr. Hemlock, do not. Her Grace, she has endured much this evening, more than any woman should. She desired entertainment, not further distress. We can repair it, or conceal it, before morning, before the Duke returns." "Clarissa!" Usually a paragon of quiet obedience, spoke with an unusual conviction. She had seen the Duchess's face, the desperate boredom, the fleeting exhilaration, and now the profound regret. She knew with an intuitive certainty that one more burden, however small, might shatter the Duchess's fragile composure entirely. Mr. Hemlock considered this, his brow furrowed in thought. The traditional, unyielding rule of transparency, of informing the master and mistress of every domestic occurrence, warred with the pragmatic, almost compassionate, desire to protect the Duchess from further anguish, and, he admitted to himself, to protect himself from the Duke's righteous displeasure. "Conceal it," he finally pronounced, his voice low and firm. "The decision made, and repair it with utmost discretion. Before dawn, before the first rays of morning light reveal our collective failure to maintain even the most basic standards of household management." Mrs. Gable nodded. "Already formulating a plan. I shall retrieve the mending kit, and perhaps a darker thread. We can perhaps alter the lamb. Make it into a small, dark cloud, or a very plump shadow." Her voice held a note of desperate, artistic improvisation. Peter, the footman, immediately scurried off to fetch water and a sponge, his fear now replaced by a frantic desire to participate in the cover-up. The staff, usually models of detached professionalism, had been drawn into the strange conspiratorial intimacy of shared domestic calamity. As the hurried, hushed efforts to extinguish the faint smoke and conceal the scorched lamb began, the drawing-room continued its chaotic symphony. Mrs. Finch was now audibly lamenting the decline of civility to a surprisingly attentive Countess Eleanor, who was nodding slowly, as if mentally recording every nuance of Mrs. Finch's outrage for future anthropological study. Lady Charlotte, having abandoned Fifi for a moment, had found a forgotten feather boa, and was attempting to teach Miss Albright a particularly vigorous can-can. Madame Dubois, sensing a temporary lull in the live-action drama, was quietly attempting to teach Fifi to sing arias, resulting in a series of piercing, off-key yelps. Professor Quill, seemingly noticing the smell for the first time, merely peered at the area of the scorch mark, muttering, "Localized thermal degradation. The cellulose fibers exhibit characteristic charring patterns. One notes a surprisingly confined spread, indicating rapid oxygen depletion, or perhaps a fortunate structural barrier." She then returned to her meticulous cleaning. Lady Minty Featherstone, oblivious to the near fire she had caused, continued to whisper to Peregrine about the curious migration patterns of common house mice. The incident, so minor in the grand scheme of the evening's unfolding disaster, remained largely unnoticed by the guests, lost amidst the larger, more dramatic absurdities. For the staff, however, it was a profound, silent turning point. It solidified their unspoken pact to weather this storm together, to mitigate the damage, and to protect the Duchess from the full, horrifying truth of the chaos she had unwittingly unleashed. The night, still stretching towards a distant, weary dawn, promised further challenges. But for now, the scorched lamb, a silent casualty of the Duchess's boredom, was merely a minor secret, tucked away in the shadows, waiting for the full, terrible light of morning. Chapter 14. The morning after. A house in shambles. The first tendrils of dawn, pale and hesitant, began to pierce the heavy velvet drapes of Hollisher House. They seeped through the tall windows of the drawing-room, not with the cheerful promise of a new day, but with the cold, unforgiving light of revelation. This was not the gentle, sun-dappled morning that usually kissed the polished floors and antique furniture. This was the harsh, unflinching glare that exposed every imperfection, every transgression, every lingering ghost of the night before. And what a night it had been! The drawing-room, once a bastion of elegant predictability, was now a landscape of profound, luxurious disarray. It resembled less a stately reception hall and more the aftermath of a particularly vigorous, albeit entirely unplanned, skirmish between antique shop and a feather factory. The meticulously arranged cushions, once plump and inviting, were now scattered like fallen autumn leaves, some crushed flat, others flung into precarious positions atop pieces of furniture not designed to support them. A large velvet divan, the one Lady Beatrice had so profoundly occupied, was now slightly askew, one of its ornate legs apparently strained, giving it a disheartening list. Another, near the fireplace, bore the faint, ghost-like outline of where Dr. Alistair Finchley's sherry-soaked form had imprinted itself. His voluminous nightshirt, one of the Duke's, now bunched awkwardly around his still snoring frame. The air, thick and cloying, was a peculiar symphony of odors, the lingering, acrid tang of burnt wool from the St. Bartholomew tapestry, its singed lamb now looking more like a charred phantom, the faint, sickly sweetness of stale macarons, or perhaps just their ghost, considering their fate, the sharp, metallic tang of unpolished brass fireplace pokers, the heady, cloying scent of Madame Dubois perfume, and underlying it all, the pervasive, almost shameful aroma of lingering sherry and too many unwashed bodies in a confined space. Mr. Hemlock, the butler, was the first of the household staff to enter the drawing-room as the dawn chorus of birds, usually so cheerful, seemed to sing with a note of weary resignation. He opened the doors with the practiced quietness of a seasoned professional, but his usual unflappable demeanor was visibly strained. His eyes, usually sharp and discerning, now held a haunted, far-away look, as if he had witnessed unspeakable horrors. Mrs. Gable, the housekeeper, followed him, her face a mask of profound, professional suffering. Clarissa, the Duchess's maid, trailed behind, her eyes wide with a mixture of exhaustion and morbid fascination. The three of them surveyed the scene, a silent tableau of domestic despair. Dr. Finchley, the intrepid historian, was still slumped in his armchair, one leg flung precariously over an overturned footstool, his spectacles dangling by one ear. His snores, though quieter in the dawn light, were still present, occasionally punctuated by a soft, almost puppy-like whimper. Beside him, on the polished floor, lay the forgotten fireplace poker, a testament to the night's drunken terror. A faint, dark stain, suspiciously port-colored, had blossomed on the corner of the valuable Persian rug. Mrs. Agnes Finch, the indefatigable paragon of propriety, had somehow managed to maintain a semblance of her rigid posture, even in unconsciousness. She was perched on a particularly uncomfortable antique chair, her back ramrod straight, her arms crossed over her chest, as if she were still standing guard against any further impropriety. Her face, in the unforgiving light, was a study in dignified exhaustion, her lips still pressed into a thin, disapproving line. The remains of her singed wig lay beside her, a forlorn, crispy nest. Her maid, Bessie, lay huddled at her feet, a small, trembling heap, clutching a single intact hair curler, as if it were a precious talisman. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, was indeed still asleep on her velvet divan, though she had somehow managed to turn entirely onto her side, her face buried deeply in a pillow of rather dubious cleanliness. Her maid, Mildred, was curled in a surprisingly small ball beside the divan, her head resting on a discarded copy of Objet, a compendium of obscure botanical poisons. Both women emitted soft, synchronized snores, a testament to a night of utterly draining social interaction. Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, surprisingly, was not asleep. She was merely leaning back against a wall, her sharp eyes still open, though heavy-lidded. Her gown was rumpled, her usually impeccable coiffure now a charmingly disheveled cloud, but her expression remained one of wry, almost intellectual amusement. She held her silverback notebook, a half-finished sketch of Mrs. Finch's singed wig on one page. She merely offered Mr. Hemlock a slow, knowing wink as he surveyed the wreckage, a silent acknowledgment of the profound absurdity they all now shared. Young Lady Charlotte, true to her adventurous spirit, had found perhaps the most improbable sleeping arrangement. She was curled inside a large, empty porcelain jardiniere, normally reserved for a particularly aggressive fern. Her blue gown was tangled around her legs, and one arm was flung over the side, clutching the feather boa she had found. A small, contented smile played on her lips, as if her dreams were filled with triumphant can-cans and thimble duels. Miss Albright, her governess, was slumped nearby, her head resting on a dusty volume of encyclopedias, her glasses askew, a faint line of drool trickling down her chin. Madame Evangeline Dubois, naturally, had managed to achieve a dramatic, almost operatic, slumber. She was draped across two divans, one arm flung gracefully over her head, her crimson gown billowing around her like a stage curtain. Fifi, her Peking gaze, was curled comfortably on Madame Dubois' stomach, its tiny snores a soft counterpoint to the larger snores of Dr. Finchley. Madame Dubois' face, even in sleep, held an expression of profound, almost tragic satisfaction, as if she were dreaming of thunderous applause. Professor Theodora Quill had indeed finally succumbed to sleep, but her mind, even in slumber, seemed dedicated to her academic pursuits. She was propped upright against a tall bookcase, her head tilted at an uncomfortable angle, her magnifying glass still clutched in one hand, her spectacles askew. A half-eaten, wizened grape, retrieved from the forlorn exotic fruit platter, was clutched in her other hand. Her sleep was punctuated by soft, almost imperceptible murmurs about cellular decay and optimal storage temperatures. Lady Minty Featherstone? She was curled on a rather stiff-backed chair, Peregrine, her taxidermied robin nestled precisely on her chest, as if warming itself. Her face, usually so animated by ornithological wisdom, was serene in sleep, her lips parted in a faint, blissful smile, perhaps dreaming of perfectly constructed nests and plump, unsuspecting worms. As the first proper rays of sunlight finally streamed into the drawing-room, cutting through the shadows and illuminating the full, horrifying scope of the disaster, Duchess Agatha stirred in the library. Her head throbbed, a dull, persistent ache that felt like a tiny blacksmith hammering inside her skull. The empty port bottle stood accusingly on the side table beside her, a silent testament to her nocturnal escape. The last remnants of her drunken courage had evaporated with the dawn, replaced by a cold, sharp blade of dread. She pushed herself from the leather armchair, her joints protesting. Her gown, a relatively simple silk, was crumpled and creased, a stark contrast to the impeccable freshness of her usual morning attire. She felt utterly disheveled, both physically and spiritually. The comfortable silence of the library, once a refuge, now felt suffocating, a silent judgment on the chaos she had unleashed. She walked to the large bay window, pulling back the heavy curtains to reveal a pale, uninviting sky. The manicured lawn stretched out before her, wet with dew, their perfect order a stark contrast to the interior of her home. Taking a deep breath, steeling herself for the inevitable, Agatha unlocked the library doors and stepped back into the main hall. The smell hit her first, the faint, acrid smell of burnt velvet, unmistakably. Then the silence, a fragile, almost tense silence, broken only by the distant rhythmic snores of Dr. Finchley and the occasional sharp intake of breath from Mrs. Finch. She walked slowly towards the drawing-room entrance, each step feeling heavy, weighted with regret. As she peered into the room, the full, unvarnished truth of the morning after unfolded before her eyes. It was worse than she could have imagined. Far, far worse. The cushions were not merely scattered. They were squashed, stained, and some seemed to have been violently disemboweled, their downy entrails peeking out. A delicate porcelain vase, not the Ming, but a cherished family heirloom nonetheless, lay shattered near the fireplace, its shards glinting accusingly in the growing light. A small, ornate side table had lost a leg and leaned precariously against a wall. There was a faint, sticky sheen on the polished floor in several places, a residue of spilled tea, or perhaps something stronger. The scent of burnt fabric was stronger here, and her eyes immediately went to the St. Bartholomew tapestry, the scorched lamp, a gaping, black wound on the pastoral scene. Mrs. Gable and Peter, caught mid-act, were frantically trying to dab at it with a damp cloth, their faces a study in frantic, futile attempts at concealment. Then her gaze fell upon her guests. Dr. Finchley, snoring. Mrs. Finch, rigid and ruined. Lady Beatrice, utterly lost to the world. Countess Eleanor, watching her with that unnervingly knowing gaze. Lady Charlotte, nestled in a jardiniere. Madame Dubois, theatrically sprawled. Professor Quill, clutching a desiccated grape. Lady Minty, with her pet robin. Each of them, in their post-chaos repose, was a monument to the profound, unexpected disaster she had wrought. A wave of nausea washed over her. The delightful unpredictability she had so desperately sought now felt like a curse. The liberation from boredom had come at a truly astonishing price. Her reputation, her home, her very sanity all seemed to be teetering on the brink of complete ruination. Mr. Hemlock, seeing her standing in the doorway, her face pale, offered a bow that seemed to carry the weight of all the broken china and singed tapestries. "Good morning, Your Grace," he said, his voice clipped, betraying not an ounce of emotion, though his eyes, briefly meeting hers, conveyed a universe of shared suffering. "A rather lively evening, I trust." Agatha merely nodded, unable to speak. Lively. It was a perfectly polite, perfectly inadequate word. It was a social apocalypse, a domestic Armageddon. She, the bored Duchess, had simply wanted to escape the quiet tedium of her life, and in doing so, she had unleashed a Pandora's box of unexpected human eccentricities, culminating in a night of unparalleled, unmitigated disaster. The silence in the drawing-room was broken only by Dr. Finchley's renewed, robust snore, and the faint, almost imperceptible rustle of Mrs. Finch's singed wig as a gentle breeze, mocking in its freshness, wafted through an open window. Agatha felt a cold dread settle deep in her bones. The morning had arrived, and with it the full, terrifying realization that her life, and indeed the lives of everyone in Hollowshire House, would never quite be the same again. The world's first sleepover, a desperate attempt to banish boredom, had succeeded beyond her wildest, most calamitous expectations. And now, the true reckoning was about to begin. Chapter 15. The guest's slow, shameful exits the first proper rays of dawn, pale and unforgiving, did not merely illuminate the drawing-room of Hollowshire House. They laid bare its utter ruination. The lingering scent of burnt wool, stale sherry, and a subtle, almost indescribable whiff of generalized human discomfiture hung in the stagnant air. Duchess Agatha, her head throbbing with the ghost of her port-induced courage, had emerged from the library to survey the wreckage, her initial amusement having long curdled into a cold, hard knot of regret. Mr. Hemlock and Mrs. Gable, their faces etched with the profound weariness of those who had witnessed too much, moved with the quiet efficiency of professional mourners, already beginning the impossible task of restoring order to the chaos. Yet, before the scrubbing and polishing could truly commence, there remained the delicate, arduous task of ushering the Duchess's singular diversion of guests from the premises. The first stirrings of life among the slumbering nobility were hesitant, like reclusive nocturnal creatures disturbed by the unwelcome intrusion of daylight. Dr. Alistair Finchley, the sherry-soaked historian, was the first to rouse, not with a gentle awakening, but with a guttural groan that seemed to rise from the very depths of his digestive system. He bolted upright, his eyes wide and unfocused, then stared at the offending fireplace poker still lying on his voluminous nightshirt. He blinked slowly, a look of profound confusion crossing his face, as if attempting to reconcile the prosaic reality of the brass implement with his sherry-fueled dream of a monastic sleep monitor. He fumbled for his spectacles, which had mysteriously migrated to the top of his head, and once adjusted. His gaze fell upon the scorched lamb on the tapestry. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through him. He mumbled something about combustion of ancient fibers and regrettable thermal incidents, then, with a profound sigh, allowed Mr. Hemlock to assist him in rising. His steps were unsteady, and he kept one hand pressed to his temple, as if attempting to contain the cacophony within his own skull. He muttered a quick, almost panicked apology to Mr. Hemlock about unforeseen academic fervor and excessive Benedictine studies, then shambled towards the hall, eager to escape the scene of his unwitting academic exposition. He avoided eye contact with everyone, even the newly awakened Mrs. Finch, who merely sniffed eloquently as he passed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a tombstone. Mrs. Agnes Finch, roused from her upright slumber by Dr. Finchley's groan, instantly became a beacon of rigid disapproval. The morning light, far from softening her features, seemed to etch every line of indignation deeper into her face. Her remaining hair, stiff and unyielding, framed a visage of pure, unadulterated outrage. She straightened her gown with a series of sharp, decisive movements as if shaking off the very dust of impropriety. Her eyes, still narrowed to slits, swept over the ruined room, noting every displaced cushion, every tilted vase, every crumb on the floor. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the scorched tapestry, a fresh source of outrage. "Disgraceful," she muttered, her voice thin and sharp, "utterly, utterly disgraceful. A complete abdication of all standards of civility. The very air is thick with the stench of unruliness." She refused Mr. Hemlock's offer of a delicate cup of tea, instead demanding a glass of plain water, which she drank with the grim determination of one taking bitter medicine. Her maid, Bessie, still clutching the hair-curler, scurried behind her, attempting to smooth the non-existent wrinkles from Mrs. Finch's gown. Mrs. Finch, with a final withering glance at the general wreckage, marched stiffly out of the drawing-room. Her back ramrod straight, as if her posture alone could somehow rectify the moral turpitude of the night. She did not look at the Duchess, who watched from the shadows of a nearby archway, but her very departure felt like a final damning judgment. Lady Beatrice, the Duchess of Cranbrook, was coaxed from her velvet divan with gentle persistence by Mildred, her maid. She awoke slowly, as if surfacing from a particularly deep and arduous underwater expedition. Her face was pale, her eyes bloodshot, and her movements were those of a woman whose very soul ached for the embrace of silence and sleep. "Good heavens, Mildred," she whispered, her voice reedy and thin, "is it truly morning? One feels as though one has traversed several continents on foot, all in a single interminable night. My constitution is utterly undone." The very thought of conversation, a profound agony. She allowed herself to be draped in her cloak, barely registering the presence of the footman who assisted her. She caught a glimpse of Mrs. Finch's departing carriage and merely sighed, a sound of such profound weariness that it seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards. She offered a faint, almost ghostly smile to Mr. Hemlock. "A memorable evening, Mr. Hemlock. Quite unforgettable. One shall require a week of complete, undisturbed repose to merely begin the process of recovery." Her carriage, a grand but rather dusty affair, pulled away with a soft creak of springs, as if the vehicle itself shared her exhaustion. Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, surprisingly, seemed to have weathered the night with a peculiar resilience. She had indeed fallen asleep, her head resting on her compendium of obscure botanical poisons. But she awoke with a keen if weary alertness. Her eyes, though heavy-lidded, still held that familiar sardonic gleam. She ran a hand through her now thoroughly disheveled hair, which, rather than looking untidy, merely gave her an air of charming intellectual bohemianism. She gathered her book, slipping a scorched feather, presumably from Mrs. Finch's wig, into its pages as a bookmark, a small private souvenir of the night's absurdity. She found the Duchess standing discreetly near the entrance to the hall, observing the departures. Countess Eleanor offered a small, knowing smile, a silent acknowledgment of the shared experience, the unspoken understanding that this had been a delightful, if destructive, anomaly. "Duchess," she murmured, her voice a low, dry purr, "a truly singular diversion, as you promised. One rather suspects society shall be discussing this sleepover for decades to come. And perhaps, for the first time, not entirely with polite, insipid platitudes." She offered a slight bow, a gesture that contained both respect and a hint of shared conspiracy, and then walked towards her carriage, her gait still possessing a quiet, feline grace. Young Lady Charlotte, disturbed by the sounds of departure, blinked awake in her porcelain jardiniere. For a moment, she looked around, her eyes wide, as if she expected the bizarre tableau of the night to continue. Zaying the silence and the weary faces, a faint disappointment crossed her features. "Is it over?" she asked Miss Albright, her voice a soft, childish lament. "Did we not finish the duel? And what about the macarons?" Miss Albright, profoundly relieved that the evening was concluding, merely offered a strained smile and hurried Charlotte towards their carriage. Charlotte, still clutching her feather boa, tried to wave to the Duchess, but her attention was quickly diverted by a particularly vibrant butterfly flitting past the carriage window. Her departure was a burst of youthful energy, a final hopeful note in the general symphony of regret. Madame Evangeline Dubois awoke with a dramatic gasp, as if she had just finished a particularly demanding aria. She stretched luxuriantly across her two divans, her crimson gown rustling like a grand curtain call. Fifi, roused by her mistress's movements, let out a tiny, inquisitive bark. Madame Dubois surveyed the room, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "What a night! What glorious, unbridled passion! My soul is quite invigorated. One feels entirely, artistically fulfilled." She gathered Fifi into her arms, pressing the small dog against her bosom. She swept into the hall, her presence still commanding, despite the rumpled state of her gown and the slight asymmetry of her piled hair. She stopped before Mr. Hemlock, who merely braced himself. "Mr. Hemlock," she declared, her voice a theatrical rasp, "an unforgettable evening. Truly, one shall compose an entire operetta based on these very walls. The Siege of Hollowshire, a nocturnal drama of silverware and singed wigs. It shall be a triumph. Do send me the guest list for dramatic accuracy." Mr. Hemlock merely offered a silent professional bow, relieved that she was leaving and not, perhaps, demanding a curtain call. Madame Dubois swept out, her carriage door closing with a satisfying final thud, leaving a lingering scent of dramatic perfume in her wake. Professor Theodora Quill, roused by the general commotion, immediately resumed her meticulous observations. She peered at the still snoring Dr. Finchley, then at the scorched tapestry, then at the scattered cushions. "Fascinating," she murmured to herself, as she allowed a footman to assist her with her satchel, which still protruded with the stem of a wilting plant. A remarkable study in entropy, the natural tendency of systems towards disorder. One observes a quantifiable increase in chaotic elements throughout the night. The data, though qualitative, is compelling. She seemed less concerned with her own disheveled appearance, and more with the scientific implications of the events. She offered the Duchess a distracted nod as she passed, her mind already consumed by the potential for a scholarly paper on the socio-environmental impact of unstructured nocturnal gatherings on high-density aristocratic formations. Her carriage pulled away quietly, a small cloud of academic dust left in its wake. Lady Minty Featherstone was the last to depart, still clutching Peregrine, her taxidermied robin, to her chest. She had a placid, almost dazed expression, as if she had just returned from a long, ethereal journey. She nodded politely to Mr. Hemlock, her eyes drifting towards the high ceilings of the hall, as if searching for migrating sparrows. "A lively night, Mr. Hemlock," she chirped, her voice soft and even. Peregrine rather enjoyed the spirited discussions, though he was quite concerned about the bird bath incident. "One must ensure the proper hydration of wild creatures, you see, even those of the taxidermied variety." She offered a small, gentle bow to the Duchess, her eyes holding a fleeting, almost whimsical glint of shared strange experience. She walked slowly to her carriage, her fragile frame a silent testament to the long, peculiar night, and finally the carriage pulled away, leaving Hollowshire House in a strange echoing silence. Duchess Agatha remained hidden in the shadow of the archway, watching each carriage depart, each exit a poignant tableau of exhaustion, relief, and lingering bewilderment. The last carriage rolled down the drive, its wheels crunching on the gravel, and then silence descended upon Hollowshire House. A profound, absolute silence, broken only by the continued, albeit now distant, snores of Dr. Finchley, who, it appeared, was destined to be the final, most recalcitrant guest. Agatha stepped fully into the drawing-room, the pale morning light revealing the full extent of the devastation. Broken porcelain, flattened cushions, the scorched tapestry, the general air of elegant wreckage. It was a disaster, certainly. A magnificent, unprecedented, utterly undeniable disaster. Her reputation, she knew, would be in tatters. The Duke would be furious. The servants would require years of therapy and industrial strength cleaning supplies. And she, the Duchess, had orchestrated it all. She walked to the large bay window, pulling back the heavy velvet drapes to look out at her manicured lawns, now pristine and untouched by the chaos within. The rising sun, now fully unveiled, cast long golden shadows across the dew-kissed grass. It was a beautiful, peaceful morning, utterly at odds with the battleground behind her. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the wave of exhaustion and regret wash over her. Then she opened her eyes. The boredom, that persistent, soul-sucking void, was gone. It had been violently, gloriously expelled, replaced by a vivid, indelible memory of chaos, absurdity, and unexpected human drama. She had wanted novelty, and she had received it in spades. It had been terrifying, exhilarating, and utterly unequivocally unboring. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched her lips. Her life would never be the same. And neither, she suspected, would the lives of any of her guests. The world's first sleepover had been a resounding, catastrophic success in its primary objective, the utter annihilation of boredom. She turned from the window, her shoulders straightening, a new resolve forming in her heart. She looked around the shambles of her drawing-room, at the shattered vase, the singed tapestry, the general wreckage. She would have to address it all, of course. The Duke, the repairs, the gossip. It would be a monumental task. But as she walked towards the bell pull to summon Mr. Hemlock and begin the truly Herculean effort of restoring her manor, she made a silent, solemn vow to herself. Never again. Never, ever again would she host a sleepover. The cure, she realized, had been far more stimulating than the disease. And yet she would not trade the memory of this unforgettable, disastrous night for all the perfectly polished silver and perfectly coiffed wigs in the kingdom. The boredom was dead. Long live the chaos. Chapter 16. The scandal spreads. The pale, unforgiving dawn that seeped into Hollisher House did not merely illuminate the wreckage of the drawing room. It cast a chilling, prophetic light upon the social landscape that was about to unfold. Mr. Hemlock, his face a mask of profound professional suffering, moved with the quiet, efficient despair of a seasoned undertaker. He directed the junior footmen, their faces equally ashen, in the monumental task of restoring order to the chaos. The broken porcelain vase was gathered with reverent, shattered pieces. The disemboweled cushions, their feathery entrails discreetly scooped, were whisked away to the linen room for a futile attempt at restuffing. Mrs. Gable, muttering fiercely to herself about the inherent flammability of ancient tapestries, was already at work on the scorched lamb, dabbing furiously with a specially procured dark dye, hoping to transform the charred beast into a passable shadow. Dr. Alistair Finchley, the sherry-soaked historian, had finally been coaxed from his armchair, still mumbling incoherently about monastic privations and the spiritual dangers of roast fowl, and had been discreetly escorted to a guest room, where he would, presumably, sleep for several days. The scent of burnt wool, stale sherry, and the subtle, almost indescribable tang of generalized human discomfiture hung in the stagnant air, a pungent testament to the night's excesses. Duchess Agatha, having witnessed the slow, shamefaced departure of her guests, stood by her library window, a solitary figure cloaked in the quiet dread of impending social reckoning. Her initial regret, sharp and cold like a blade, had begun to dull slightly, replaced by a strange, numb resignation. The silence that now descended upon Hollisher House was absolute, profound, yet it seemed to hum with an unspoken judgment, a spectral chorus of all the impropriety that had occurred within its walls. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the silence would not last. The delicate web of high society, usually so tightly woven, had been irrevocably rent, and the threads of gossip, once loosed, would spread like wildfire through the entire county, then, inevitably, to London itself. The first whispers began predictably at the morning calls. Mrs. Agnes Finch, despite her singed wig and profound exhaustion, was among the first to sally forth, propelled by an almost evangelical zeal to disseminate the truth, however embellished, of the Duchess' monstrous folly. Her carriage, usually a stately, unhurried affair, seemed to move with a new urgency. Her first stop was the Dowager Countess of Featherington, a woman known for her prodigious memory for social slights and her insatiable appetite for scandal. "My dear Countess," Mrs. Finch began, her voice a precise, trembling whisper, as if the very air might carry her scandalous truths beyond the confines of the Dowager's drawing-room. "You simply will not believe what transpired at Hollisher House last night. A veritable bacchanalia, a complete dissolution of all standards of decency and decorum." She recounted the events of the evening with a meticulously selected and utterly damning vocabulary. The missing silverware became a brazen act of pilfering. The parlor games were a descent into pagan rituals, leading to actual physical violence and the incineration of one's own coiffure. The drunken historian was a beastly, unwashed academic, bellowing obscenities about monastic privates and poultry. And the duel over the pillow? A savage, unchivalrous brawl fought with fireplace implements, threatening to ignite the entire manor. She omitted, of course, her own participation in said duel, focusing instead on Madame Dubois' unseemly theatricality. The macarons, she declared, were not merely stolen, but forcibly liberated by a common footman, clearly acting under the influence of illicit substances, or perhaps the Duchess' bizarre encouragement. The Dowager Countess, her eyes growing wider with each outrageous detail, simply nodded, occasionally emitting a small delighted gasp. By the time Mrs. Finch departed, the Dowager was already composing letters in her mind, each sentence a poisoned dart aimed at the Duchess' shredded reputation. Meanwhile, Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, while perhaps more discreet in her immediate pronouncements, was no less influential in the dissemination of the scandal. Her accounts, delivered with a dry wit and a deceptively amused detachment, were far more insidious than Mrs. Finch's histrionics. At her own morning tea, she merely raised an eyebrow when the topic of Hollisher House inevitably arose. Oh, it was certainly a novel, she would purr, sipping her tea with an air of profound contemplation. One rarely encounters such unbridled spontaneity in our rigid society. The Duchess, bless her heart, clearly desired to banish boredom, and in that she was spectacularly successful, though one does feel a certain sympathy for the Mingveis and Mrs. Finch's solicular misfortunes. Her understated delivery, devoid of overt outrage, made her accounts all the more believable, all the more chilling. She hinted at hidden motives, at psychological experiments, at the Duchess' desperate attempt to stir the stagnant waters of her existence, turning the entire affair into a fascinating, if horrifying, case study in aristocratic ennui, gone spectacularly awry. Her observations, passed from one sharp mind to another, would take root and fester, far more damaging than any outright condemnation. By lunchtime, the Cunty's social network was ablaze. Letters flew between estates like panicked pigeons. Maidservants, overhearing their mistresses' shocked pronouncements, carried distorted versions of the tale to the village, where they were further embellished by eager gossips over market stalls. Gentlemen, at their clubs, usually engrossed in politics or horse racing, found themselves captivated by the sensational reports. "Did you hear?" one would whisper, leaning conspiratorially across a leather armchair. Agatha of Hollisher held a veritable night of debauchery, with polkas and pilfered sweets, and a scholar, apparently, who discoursed at length on the sleeping habits of medieval monks. The story gained momentum with each retelling, growing more outlandish, more lurid. The very small cakes became giant. Illicit pastries noted. The slight scorching of the tapestry became a roaring inferno, barely averted by the heroic efforts of the footman, who risked life and limb to save the Duchess' very valuable curtains. The silverware, by now, was not merely missing, but suspected of having been melted down for some illicit purpose, perhaps for casting counterfeit coins, or worse, for pagan rituals. The Duke of Hollisher, returning late that afternoon from a particularly tedious session with his agricultural advisers, entered his grand hall to a scene of unsettling, uncharacteristic industry. Mr. Hemlock, supervising a team of overworked footmen who were scrubbing at a mysterious sticky patch on the polished floor, merely offered a strained, formal bow. Mrs. Gable was directing a seamstress who, with a grim determination, was attempting to transform the scorched lamb on the tapestry into a surprisingly realistic, if somewhat melancholic, patch of storm cloud. The air, despite all efforts, still carried the faint, telltale aroma of burnt velvet. "Hemlock," the Duke began, his voice betraying a hint of unease as he surveyed the frantic activity. "Is something amiss? The house appears to have suffered a rather vigorous spring cleaning." His gaze fell upon the slightly tilted Ming vase, then on the faint port stain on the Persian rug. His brow furrowed. "And is that the scent of singed wool? And sherry?" Mr. Hemlock, ever the stoic, cleared his throat. "A minor incident, Your Grace. A rather spirited gathering." Her Grace desired diversion. He chose his words with exquisite care, hoping to convey the essence of the disaster without delving into its granular, horrifying detail. "Diversion?" The Duke removed his spectacles, polishing them thoughtfully. "I trust it was a profitable diversion. My ledgers, Hemlock, show no provision for unscheduled dilapidation." His eyes, usually fixed on columns of figures, now scanned the drawing room, slowly taking in the full, unvarnished truth of the aftermath. His gaze lingered on a divan that looked suspiciously like a ship that had been violently run aground. Good heavens! What in the name of what precisely happened here? It was then that Mrs. Finch's first letter, hastily dispatched by private courier, found its way into the Duke's hands. It was a lengthy, florid indictment, detailing every perceived transgression, every shred of impropriety, every moral failing of the evening. It spoke of unprecedented vulgarity, brazen thievery, drunken academic outpourings, and a shocking disregard for the sanctity of family silver. The Duke, a man whose greatest emotional display was usually a quiet tut over a miscalculated crop yield, read the letter, his face slowly draining of color. He then read it again, his lips moving silently, as if attempting to compute the staggering financial and social cost of the evening's festivities. His silence was far more terrifying than any bellow. He clutched the letter, then looked up at Mr. Hemlock, his eyes wide with a bewildered, almost childlike horror. "They seem new? Les Antices, she invited them for a sleepover?" The word itself seemed alien, monstrous, utterly out of place in the lexicon of his perfectly ordered existence. Duchess Agatha, from her vantage point in her boudoir, watching the Duke study for a light to come on, felt a fresh wave of despair. She could almost feel the tendrils of rumor creeping through the county, wrapping around her reputation, squeezing it into a distorted, unrecognizable shape. She imagined the whispered conversations, the knowing glances, the barely suppressed titters behind fans. Her name, once synonymous with quiet, elegant boredom, would now be irrevocably linked to a night of unprecedented chaos. But then, as she watched the Duke's study light finally flicker on, illuminating his stooped figure bent over the damning letter, a strange, almost defiant thought began to bloom in her mind. Yes, it was a disaster. A monumental, public, utterly irredeemable disaster. Her reputation was in tatters. Her home was in disarray. Her husband was, no doubt, on the verge of a quiet accountant's breakdown. Yet the boredom was gone. Utterly, gloriously, irrevocably gone. Her life would never return to its former placid state. She would forever be that Duchess, the one who hosted the sleepover. Her invitations might be viewed with suspicion, her pronouncements with a certain wary amusement. But she would no longer be invisible. She would no longer be merely a woman of wealth and comfort, fading into the background of her own meticulously ordered existence. She would be remembered, perhaps not for the elegance of her bowls or the precision of her flower arrangements, but for the sheer, magnificent audacity of her folly, and in a strange, unexpected way that was a kind of triumph. A victory, however accidental, over the suffocating embrace of sameness. The scandal spread, indeed, like a particularly virulent strain of social influenza. It was discussed in every drawing-room, dissected in every salon, dissected and redissected in every gentleman's club. Caricatures appeared in satirical broadsheets, depicting the Duchess in disheveled hair, clutching a fireplace poker, surrounded by snoring nobles and flying macarons. Society, for all its horror, was secretly, utterly enthralled. The Duchess of Hollowshire had inadvertently provided the most stimulating topic of conversation in decades. a delicious respite from the endless cycle of tedious political maneuverings and predictable romances. And as the sun rose fully over Hollowshire, bathing the still recovering manor in its golden light, Duchess Agatha, now dressed in a simple, unadorned day gown, walked down to the drawing-room. The staff, their faces grim, were still at work. The scorched lamb was now a rather convincing storm cloud. The Ming vase was gone, replaced by a strategically placed, rather large potted fern. The air still carried the faint telltale scent of what had transpired. Mr. Hemlock, seeing her, merely offered a silent, shared sigh of professional suffering. Agatha looked around the room, not with despair, but with a strange, almost proprietorial air. This was her handiwork. This glorious, absurd, unforgettable mess. She had sought to escape boredom, and in doing so she had etched her name, however bizarrely, into the annals of social history. The world's first sleepover, a desperate gambit against ennui, had indeed been a disaster. But it had been a disaster of such magnificent proportions, of such unique and unrepeatable absurdity, that it had achieved a curious, undeniable perfection. And the Duchess, for the first time in memory, felt something akin to peace. A very peculiar, chaotic, utterly unboring peace. Chapter 17. The Duchess's Unexpected Legacy. The pale, unforgiving dawn that seeped into Hollowshire House did not merely illuminate the wreckage of the drawing-room. It cast a chilling, prophetic light upon the social landscape that was about to unfold. Mr. Hemlock, his face a mask of profound professional suffering, moved with the quiet, efficient despair of a seasoned undertaker. He directed the junior footmen, their faces equally ashen, in the monumental task of restoring order to the chaos. The broken porcelain vase was gathered with reverent shattered pieces. The disemboweled cushions, their feathery entrails discreetly scooped, were whisked away to the linen room for a futile attempt at restuffing. Mrs. Gable, muttering fiercely to herself about the inherent flammability of ancient tapestries, was already at work on the scorched lamb, dabbing furiously with a specially procured dark dye, hoping to transform the charred beast into a passable shadow. Dr. Alistair Finchley, the sherry-soaked historian, had finally been coaxed from his armchair, still mumbling incoherently about monastic privations and the spiritual dangers of roast fowl, and had been discreetly escorted to a guest room, where he would presumably sleep for several days. The scent of burnt wool, stale sherry, and a subtle, almost indescribable tang of generalized human discomfiture hung in the stagnant air, a pungent testament to the night's excesses. Duchess Agatha, having witnessed the slow, shamefaced departure of her guests, stood by her library window, a solitary figure cloaked in the quiet dread of impending social reckoning. Her initial regret, sharp and cold like a blade, had begun to dull slightly, replaced by a strange, numb resignation. The silence that now descended upon Hollowshire House was absolute, profound, yet it seemed to hum with an unspoken judgment, a spectral chorus of all the impropriety that had occurred within its walls. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that the silence would not last. The delicate web of high society, usually so tightly woven, had been irrevocably rent, and the threads of gossip, once loose, would spread like wildfire through the entire county, then, inevitably, to London itself. The first whispers began predictably at the morning calls. Mrs. Agnes Finch, despite her singed wig and profound exhaustion, was among the first to sally forth, propelled by an almost evangelical zeal to disseminate the truth, however embellished, of the Duchess' monstrous folly. Her carriage, usually a stately, unhurried affair, seemed to move with a new urgency. Her first stop was the Dowager Countess of Featherington, a woman known for her prodigious memory for social slights, and her insatiable appetite for scandal. "My dear Countess," Mrs. Finch began, her voice a precise, trembling whisper, as if the very air might carry her scandalous truths beyond the confines of the Dowager's drawing-room. You simply will not believe what transpired at Hollisher House last night. A veritable bacchanalia. A complete dissolution of all standards of decency and decorum. She recounted the events of the evening with a meticulously selected and utterly damning vocabulary. The missing silverware became a brazen act of pilfering. Its initial discovery, merely an oversight, now elevated to a calculated theft by the Duchess's own staff. Perhaps even, she hinted darkly under her direct instruction. The parlor games, far from being a quaint revival, were a descent into pagan rituals, involving physical violence and the deliberate incineration of one's own coiffure. The drunken historian was not merely overserved, but a beastly unwashed academic, bellowing obscenities about monastic privates and unchaste poultry. And the duel over the pillow, a savage, unchivalrous brawl, fought with dangerous fireplace implements, threatening to ignite the entire manor into a roaring inferno. She omitted, of course, her own participation in said duel, focusing instead on Madame Dubois' unseemly theatricality and the subsequent alarming smoke. The macarons, she declared, were not merely missing, but forcibly liberated by a common footman, clearly acting under the influence of illicit substances. Or perhaps the Duchess' bizarre encouragement, a clear sign of moral laxity. The Dowager Countess, her eyes growing wider with each outrageous detail, simply nodded, occasionally emitting a small delighted gasp that sounded suspiciously like a cackle. By the time Mrs. Finch departed, having accepted a restorative, and rather large, glass of sherry, the Dowager was already composing letters in her mind, each sentence a poisoned dart aimed at the Duchess' shredded reputation, a delightful new amusement in her otherwise predictable autumn years. Meanwhile, Countess Eleanor of Whisperwood, while perhaps more discreet in her immediate pronouncements, was no less influential in the dissemination of the scandal. Her accounts, delivered with a dry wit and a deceptively amused detachment, were far more insidious than Mrs. Finch's histrionics. At her own morning tea, a small gathering of similarly sharp-witted ladies, she merely raised an eyebrow when the topic of Hollisher House inevitably arose, as it did, with the inevitability of sunrise. Oh, it was certainly novel, she would purr, sipping her tea with an air of profound contemplation. One rarely encounters such unbridled spontaneity in our rigid society. The Duchess, bless her heart, clearly desired to banish boredom, and in that she was spectacularly successful, though one does feel a certain sympathy for the Ming vase, which, alas, suffered a rather dramatic, if unintended, reconfiguration. And Mrs. Finch's follicular misfortunes, which one must concede, added a certain piquancy to the proceedings. Her understated delivery, devoid of overt outrage, made her accounts all the more believable, all the more chilling. She hinted at hidden motives, at psychological experiments conducted under the guise of conviviality, at the Duchess' desperate attempt to stir the stagnant waters of her existence, turning the entire affair into a fascinating, if horrifying, case study in aristocratic ennui gone spectacularly awry. Her observations, passed from one sharp mind to another, would take root and fester, far more damaging than any outright condemnation, for they invited not merely shock, but contemplation, and a delicious, knowing dissection. By lunchtime, the county's social network was ablaze. Letters flew between estates like panicked pigeons. Maidservants, overhearing their mistresses' shocked pronouncements, carried distorted versions of the tale to the village, where they were further embellished by eager gossips over market stalls, mutating with each retelling. Gentlemen at their clubs, usually engrossed in politics or horse racing, found themselves captivated by the sensational reports, abandoning discussions of tariffs for tales of domestic anarchy. "Did you hear?" one would whisper, leaning conspiratorially across a leather armchair, his eyes wide. Agatha of Hollowshire held a veritable night of debauchery, with fire pokers and pilfered sweets, and a scholar, apparently, who discoursed at length on the unmentionable sleeping habits of medieval monks, even providing graphic details of their nocturnal emissions and peculiar methods of self-mortification. The story gained momentum, with each retelling growing more outlandish, more lurid, more deliciously scandalous. The very small cakes became giant, illicit pastries, baked for some clandestine purpose. The slight scorching of the tapestry became a roaring inferno, barely averted by the heroic efforts of the footman, who risked life and limb to save the Duchess' very valuable curtains, having to drag the Duke's prized antique fire engine into the drawing-room itself. The silverware by now was not merely missing, but suspected of having been melted down for some illicit purpose, perhaps for casting counterfeit coins, or worse, for pagan rituals involving animal sacrifice, given Lady Minty Featherstone's peculiar conversation with her stuffed robin. The Duke of Hollowshire, returning late that afternoon from a particularly tedious session with his agricultural advisers, entered his grand hall to a scene of unsettling, uncharacteristic industry. Mr. Hemlock, supervising a team of overworked footmen who were scrubbing at a mysterious sticky patch on the polished floor, merely offered a strained, formal bow that seemed to carry the weight of all the world's undone domesticity. Mrs. Gable was directing a seamstress who, with a grim determination, was attempting to transform the scorched lamb on the tapestry into a surprisingly realistic, if somewhat melancholic, patch of storm cloud, muttering about the limits of artistic license. The air, despite all efforts, still carried the faint, telltale aroma of burnt velvet, a subtle yet pervasive accusation. "Hemlock," the Duke began, his voice betraying a hint of unease as he surveyed the frantic activity, his gaze sweeping over the polished, but somehow wrong floor, the subtly misaligned furniture. The general air of nervous energy. Is something amiss? The house appears to have suffered a rather vigorous, and perhaps ill-advised, spring cleaning. His gaze then fell upon the slightly tilted, but now seemingly repaired, Ming vase. Then on the faint port stain on the Persian rug. Then on the freshly painted over-section of the St. Bartholomew tapestry. His brow furrowed. And is that the scent of singed wool and sherry? Has there been a particularly enthusiastic mice extermination? Mr. Hemlock, ever the stoic, cleared his throat, a sound that seemed to scratch against the already frayed nerves in the hall. A minor incident, Your Grace. A rather spirited gathering. Her Grace desired diversion. He chose his words with exquisite care, hoping to convey the essence of the disaster without delving into its granular, horrifying details, knowing that a full accounting would undoubtedly lead to his own immediate dismissal, and possibly a nervous breakdown for his master. Diversion? The Duke removed his spectacles, polishing them thoughtfully with a silk handkerchief, his eyes usually fixed on columns of figures, now scanning the drawing-room, slowly taking in the full, unvarnished truth of the aftermath. Peace by agonizing Pistondine. His gaze lingered on a divan that looked suspiciously like a ship that had been violently run aground, then on a collection of cushions that appeared to have exploded. Good heavens! What in the name of what precisely happened here? He then caught sight of the large, suspiciously empty cage that Lady Minty Featherstone had brought, now tucked away in a corner. His eyes widened slightly. Did we acquire new livestock? It was then that Mrs. Finch's first letter, hastily dispatched by private courier, found its way into the Duke's hands. It was a lengthy, florid indictment, detailing every perceived transgression, every shred of impropriety, every moral failing of the evening. It spoke of unprecedented vulgarity, brazen thievery, drunken academic outpourings, and a shocking disregard for the sanctity of family silver, clearly intended as a warning and a damning account for posterity. The Duke, a man whose greatest emotional display was usually a quiet tut over a miscalculated crop yield, or a raised eyebrow at an unfavorable trade balance. Read the letter, his face slowly draining of color, then turning a mottled shade of puce. He then read it again, his lips moving silently, as if attempting to compute the staggering financial and social cost of the evening's festivities. The numerical value of reputation tarnished, of decorum shattered. His silence was far more terrifying than any bellow. He clutched the letter, then looked up at Mr. Hemlock, his eyes wide with a bewildered, almost childlike horror. The Duchess, she invited them for a sleepover. The word itself seemed alien, monstrous, utterly out of place in the lexicon of his perfectly ordered existence. A vulgarity beyond all comprehension. The Duke, for the first time in his meticulously charted life, felt truly, profoundly, helplessly lost. Duchess Agatha. From her vantage point in her boudoir, watching the Duke study for a light to come on, felt a fresh wave of despair, but it was tinged with a peculiar defiance. She could almost feel the tendrils of rumor creeping through the county, wrapping around her reputation, squeezing it into a distorted, unrecognizable shape. She imagined the whispered conversations, the knowing glances, the barely suppressed titters behind fans, the pointed silence when her name was mentioned. Her name, once synonymous with quiet, elegant boredom, would now be irrevocably linked to a night of unprecedented chaos, a scandalous footnote in the otherwise staid annals of aristocratic society. But then, as she watched the Duke's study light finally flicker on, illuminating his stooped figure bent over the damning letter, his rigid posture suddenly slumping, a strange, almost triumphant thought began to bloom in her mind. Yes, it was a disaster. A monumental, public, utterly irredeemable disaster. Her reputation was in tatters. Her home was in disarray. Her husband was, no doubt, on the verge of a quiet accountant's breakdown. Yet the boredom was gone. Utterly, gloriously, irrevocably gone. Her life would never return to its former placid state. She would forever be that Duchess, the one who hosted the sleepover. Her invitations might be viewed with suspicion, her pronouncements with a certain wary amusement, her mere presence at a gathering enough to incite a frisson of anticipation, a nervous tightening of corsets. But she would no longer be invisible. She would no longer be merely a woman of wealth and comfort, fading into the background of her own meticulously ordered existence, as unnoticed as the pattern on her wallpaper. She would be remembered, perhaps not for the elegance of her balls or the precision of her flower arrangements, but for the sheer, magnificent audacity of her folly, and in a strange, unexpected way that was a kind of triumph, a victory, however accidental, over the suffocating embrace of sameness, a defiant stain against the blank canvas of convention. The scandal spread, indeed like a particularly virulent strain of social influenza, infecting every stratum of society with its delightful, horrifying detail. It was discussed in every drawing room, dissected in every salon, dissected and redissected in every gentleman's club, becoming the preferred topic of conversation over politics or the weather. Caricatures appeared in satirical broadsheets, depicting the Duchess in disheveled hair, clutching a fireplace poker, surrounded by snoring nobles, flying macarons, and a disembodied, singed wig. Society, for all its feigned horror and professed outrage, was secretly, utterly enthralled. The Duchess of Hollershire had inadvertently provided the most stimulating topic of conversation in decades, a delicious respite from the endless cycle of tedious political maneuverings and predictable romances. Children, forbidden to speak of the Duchess's fiasco, nevertheless whispered tales of the Hollershire haunting in hushed tones, imagining restless spirits and perhaps a particularly mischievous footman pranking the slumbering gentry. And as the years turned, and the immediate shock faded into a gentler, more nostalgic amusement, the story of the Duchess's sleepover became a legend. It was recounted at country house parties, often with dramatic embellishments and knowing glances. A cautionary tale for overly ambitious hosts, a secret inspiration for those who secretly craved a touch of rebellion. Etiquette manuals of the era and beyond would subtly reference the Hollowshire incident when discussing the perils of unstructured nocturnal gatherings, often with a specific warning against the casual placement of fireplace implements or the offering of tempting, easily pilfered confectionery. The phrase Hollowshire night became a whispered byword for any social event that spiraled unexpectedly into delightful, if mortifying, chaos. Decades later, a young Lady Charlotte, now a spirited grandmother with a twinkle in her eye, would recount the tale to her wide-eyed grandchildren, her version always emphasizing the ghost story element and the thrilling chase of the stolen macarons. Countess Eleanor, in her old age, would still chuckle over the sociological implications of the pillow duel, referencing it in obscure academic papers that were largely ignored, but nonetheless recorded the curious detail. Even Mrs. Finch, in her dotage, would sometimes let slip a bitter yet undeniably proud reminiscence of her singed dignity at that dreadful Hollowshire affair, forever linking her name to the event she so vehemently condemned. Duchess Agatha lived a long life, her later years marked by a quiet, contented eccentricity. She never hosted another sleepover, nor did she attempt any further singular diversions of such magnitude. The Duke, after several months of profound despondency and a noticeable increase in his consumption of port, eventually resigned himself to his wife's unique legacy, learning to field inquiries about the incident with a practiced sigh and a vague gesture. He merely ensured that all future formal events at Hollowshire House were meticulously, almost rigidly, structured, with every fork accounted for and every pillow securely fastened. But as the sun rose fully over Hollowshire, bathing the still-recovering manor in its golden light each morning, Duchess Agatha, now dressed in a simple, unadorned day gown, would often walk down to the drawing-room. The staff, their faces grim, were still at work, though the scorch mark on the tapestry was now a rather convincing storm cloud, and the Ming vase had been replaced by a particularly robust, untippable fern. The air, despite all efforts, still carried the faint, telltale scent of what had transpired, a ghost of burnt velvet and restless human spirit. Mr. Hemlock, seeing here, merely offered a silent, shared sigh of professional suffering, a bond forged in the crucible of chaos. Agatha would look around the room, not with despair, but with a strange, almost proprietorial air. This was her handiwork, this glorious, absurd, unforgettable mess. She had sought to escape boredom, and in doing so she had etched her name, however bizarrely, into the annals of social history. The world's first sleepover, a desperate gambit against ennui, had indeed been a disaster. But it had been a disaster of such magnificent proportions, of such unique and unrepeatable absurdity, that it had achieved a curious, undeniable perfection. And the Duchess, for the first time in memory, felt something akin to peace. A very peculiar, chaotic, utterly unboring peace, knowing that her quiet, forgotten existence had, for one night, truly awakened, leaving a legacy that hummed with laughter, scandal, and the persistent, distracting echo of a truly restless midnight.